Hello and welcome to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. We welcome you to live racing coverage of Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, Queens. We'll also have a little Horseshoe Indy, as this will be their final day here on the program for 2025. Hello, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and pleased to be next to Sarah L. Bodwiz. We'll take you through a portion of this card. And Sarah, it's a bonus day, a Wednesday.
A bring-back day, in fact, where we did have a couple of cancellations due to weather last week, or 2 weeks ago, really. But now getting the opportunity to see some more turf racing as well. While we do have turf racing coming to a close this season here, we get those full fields really towards the end of 2025, which is making for some competitive races.
Yeah, everybody wanting to run their turf horses just one more time. But our feature race actually on the dirt today, it's going as race number 7. It's a optional allowance for the New York breds, as we'll take a look at a few horses who are coming out of a common race back on October 11th. We have the, what is he now? 4 for 43 Refua, as well as Aggregation, who does have a good bit of speed. Sarah, were there any excuses for Aggregation, as he had things pretty much his own way on the front end?
He has, and I thought that was the situation in his start two back as well, where we've seen this horse lately not necessarily be the winningest type, which is a role that Refua was playing for quite some time. Even though he was extremely consistent, he did get that win himself 2 starts back. But Aggregation ends up getting beat by long shot Landoro in here, who maybe shouldn't have been quite the giant price that he was, but still was not the likeliest winner in this spot. Aggregation's just very tough to trust, a horse who has not gotten back to some of his faster races.
And then there's Refua, who I thought was just maybe a little bit too far out of it last time for him to do his best running.
I agree with that. I think he has the opportunity to be a little bit closer today if they do decide to do so, a horse that will be breaking from the inside, and you at least know that he's likely to show up.
Good old Refua, as he will be teamed up yet again with Kendrick Carmouche, who won aboard him 2 back. Today's race is brought to you by Clayburn Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We are fast and firm here, yet chilly, here in South Ozone Park, Queens. We will bring you that Pick 6 carryover in its entirety, starting in race number 4, little over 31,000 already in the pool. And we'll also kick things off over at Horseshoe Indy. They are muddy and off for today. If you want to play along with us, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. Of course, if you're a new member, you can earn that $200 deposit match bonus when you use promo code BONUS200. Check out nairabets.com and get started betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Horses are in the paddock for today's opener with 8 minutes to post. Sarah, I thought this, a field of 7, but a fairly interesting group here, as number 2, High Note for Chad Brown, will be your current favorite and likely to take some money towards the outside is number 6, She's a Gemma, but good on you. You've prepared us a early Pick 5 ticket.
I have indeed, and my confidence level in it is not necessarily through the roof, but at the same time, I'm pretty confident about the first 2 legs, and I do use your 3 logical horses in here to get things started. Towards the outside, Metfarda for Todd Pletcher, a little bit chilly on the board right now, but I thought it was really between her, the number 2, High Note, as you mentioned, as well as the comebacker for Bill Mott, and She's a Gemma. I singled in the next race. Kyle's Mom, just a little bit more lightly raced, I thought had some difficulty in that last start, though is coming in off of a voided claim. We do have a couple of horses that are going to be shorter prices in race 3. I'm a little bit against Majestic Return, but I thought that Proudfoot as well as Defended were the ones you wanted. And then I spread a little bit to close things out in race 4 as well as race 5. Race 5 getting onto the grass, where there's just a lot of unknowns as well as horses that are extremely lightly raced or trying something new in that spot. And you can play along, $48 ticket with a 50-cent base.
Yeah, exactly. There are some interest. I've been waiting for Tom's Chicken Fingers to get on the turf in that final leg, as we do see riders up in the paddock. And there is a look at Sahin Savachi as he goes by aboard number 6 in here. She's a Gemma, but we'll kick things off with a horse who has been knocking on the door quite a bit. That's number 1, Stone Cold Kelly for Chuck Lawrence and Jamie Rodriguez.
Certainly outran her odds last time with a trip that was never really with the bias. We wanted to be inside that day.
Exactly. On October 3rd, as several of these come out of it. Not coming out of that race is High Note.
The one taking all the money so far and has some of the faster races in her history.
Neil Drysdale's Harmonique, she was with the track, I thought, last time.
I agree completely. Some of her California form seems to be a little bit better as well.
Her race 2 back would make her a winner. Here is Ragba. She's a bit slow, to say the least. One of 2 for Todd Pletcher and Shadwell.
We haven't really seen her take a step forward in many of her starts.
Trainer change for Trango Tower to Linda Rice.
This one is a player as well if we don't see some of those other ones show up off the break like this one.
Off the layoff, but a good performance first time out as She's a Gemma.
Nothing went her way first time out. She was slow out of the gate and really had to make up significant ground.
Metfarda was against the racetrack in her last 2.
And she was favored in that spot as well, a horse who did break towards the inside but was taken outside. She's broken towards the rail twice now. She gets the outside post in here.
As we will welcome in the 3rd member of her team, a guy who's very well familiar with the track here at the Big A. That's right, Aqueduct's leading rider of all time, Richard Migliore. Mig, you've gotten a good look at these fillies as they prepare, and one of them will break their maiden today.
Yeah, going the mile distance, Maggie. We're going to start with the 4, Ragba, who has been consistent in her numbers. Needs to improve a bit to be competitive here. But looking at it from a physical perspective, I like everything I saw from her. I like the fact that Johnny Velasquez stays put, only jockey she's ever known. And I thought it was a little interesting turning back to the mile, where the mile and an eighth looked like maybe she was just kind of stalling or a little bit one pace. Maybe the turn back to a 1-turn mile will help her with her closing kick. The 5, Trango Tower, looks terrific, making her first start for Linda Rice, coming from a good barn in Chad Brown and going into a good barn. She just looks great. I think she's way too big a price at 10-1, guys. I think she's going to appreciate the 1-turn mile as well. And then ultimately I landed on the 6, She's a Gemma, making her 2nd start off of the 1 try at Tampa back in February. Closed well that day. Looking at her from a physical perspective, I think she's going to really appreciate the mile for trainer Bill Mott, who has put together another Eclipse Award-worthy year. But She's a Gemma, well posted, stretching out, and you get Savan Silvacci for Bill Mott.
All right, number 6, She's a Gemma, looking to come back and, make good on that effort first time out. Sarah, as we'll take a look at it here, she kind of broke out and took a light bump, so she was towards the rear early, and then she's going to rally between horses here and really make it close late.
She does. My one concern with this race is that we haven't seen it necessarily prove to be ultra productive moving forwards outside of your winner. And while we have seen the top 2 outside of her do okay, we haven't seen anyone else really do much running in here. And I thought that she was one she's going to have to handle a little bit more distance, as you do see her switch over to favoritism as of now at 9-5 instead of the number 2, High Note. But she has every right to take a step forward. And if she does, based on that last race, in terms of buyer speed figures, she wins here.
It was kind of like a race. Going into it, it felt loaded, but you're right, coming out of it, it really hasn't been as productive. You've gone to number 7, Metfarda, who is kind of second off that little bit of a break. And last time, I just thought, it was a rare mistake by Kendrick Carmouche, I think, to maybe take her away from the good rail. Then again, maybe she just wasn't handling the kick back and he thought getting her to the outside was better.
I wonder if this was the plan going in and he was riding to instruction on a horse who had been on the inside in her debut, finished a distant 2nd behind Delightful Claire, who is turning out to be a decent type of her own. But I agree, you wanted to be inside that day, and he very deliberately took her away from that position. Now she already draws towards the outside and here, and he's had that opportunity to become a little bit more familiar with her. Could I say that she ran a better race last time than Stone Cold Kelly? Maybe not as your favorite, but at the same time, I think that she's the one that has the room to take a step forward and has that race to go back to, more so than a horse who ran extremely well when others were perhaps at a disadvantage, more so.
And she's been in 2 races where we've seen the pace be fairly quick early on. I wonder if she could lay a little bit closer today with that outside post position.
She kind of has that weird taking herself back type of run early on in some of her races where she doesn't necessarily possess that all-out gate speed, but you're right. Maybe it's just been a function of some of those paces being quicker, and we'll see something a little bit different from her today.
Is there a major stand against number 2 High Note for you, or you were just interested in a better price with the outside?
I just wanted a horse who had less opportunities, and I'm getting the price for sure on a horse like McFarda, maybe perhaps so to the point where it could be a little bit concerning that she is such a big price. But High Note has 2 races that would be competitive here for sure. One of them over a muddy and sealed surface. Then they try the turf experiment that doesn't work out. Then she's off for a little bit and comes back in a spot where she finishes a distant second, where she did finish ahead of Trango Tower. I just thought that she was going to be one of the shorter prices where she didn't stand out at all to me in this field.
And we see her rider, of course, that attracts some attention in Flavien Prat, who's just enjoying a really nice several weeks since he's gotten back from the Breeders' Cup, but, throughout the year, and definitely vying for another Eclipse Award as we near the end of 2025. With High Note, she did finish behind Snow White, who got everything her own way on the front end there, and to a horse that had shown a good deal of promise, especially in her juvenile campaign when running second in the Grade 1 for Zet.
I agree completely. I mean, I think that last race, being beaten by a horse who you mentioned had things go well for her in terms of the trip that she got to her advantage, and also had the promise early on. It's not anything against her. It's just more that I thought that she wasn't going to be deserving of the 3-2 kind of price that we're seeing on her when you do have some interesting horses perhaps with a little more upside.
Pace looks a bit murky. I wouldn't be surprised if your pick in here, Metfarda, is aggressively handled by Kendrick, who did give her a good warm-up on track. She's currently 6-1, but going back down to favoritism, it's Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, and High Note. They generally are on a high note here at the Big A as we head on up to Chris Griffin with your call of the opener.
She's a Gemma. Goes in. Last to load, Metfarda.
What's up, fella?
Metfarda steps in. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Harmonique gets the first call from in between horses right out towards the front, and She's a Gemma will apply some mild pressure, and these two are head and head. Joining them down towards the inside is Stone Cold Kelly. Metfarda is a well-settled fourth as they get set to come out of the chute here and hook up with the backstretch. Right there in fifth is going to be Ragba. They're followed towards the outside by Trango Tower. The lone trailer, High Note, can't keep up right now. It's 7 lengths off the lead, and the lead is Harmonique. Harmonique with a neck advantage as they went 23.24 for that Modero opening quarter mile. She's a Gemma is ready to challenge and puts the nose right back in front. Harmonique is now back to second. Metfarda is a well-placed third. Moving forward, in between horses there. At the rail is Stone Cold Kelly. Out wider Trango Tower. Then Metfarda is right in behind them, and so is Ragba. The trailer is High Note. 46.38 for half-mile time. She's a Gemma has dispatched of Harmonique, who's back to third. Metfarda in full pursuit right there from second as Harmonique's trying to re-rally. Trango Tower is well settled just off of them in fourth. Ragba is trying to pick up momentum here from fifth. Just tried to get out. All in Stone Cold Kelly and nothing from High Note so far. They reach the top of the stretch. Metfarda is ready to challenge She's a Gemma, who battles on. Metfarda has now taken the lead and has the advantages up by about a full length. She's a Gemma keeps battling on towards the inside. Ragba is green, is trying to rally grandstand side with Trango Tower. Metfarda starts to open up this margin with the 16th left to go. Metfarda is now 3 in front. Metfarda sprinting away. Metfarda. Kendrick Carmouche, they win the opener. Ragba up for second, then came Trango Tower, and She's a Gemma. 1 minute 35.77 seconds.
Seems like everybody forgot about Metfarda today as she breaks her maiden this $2.3 million daughter of Into Mischief for Todd Pletcher and Shadwell Stable as he runs 1-2. They run 1-2, I should say, as we did see Ragba rallying for second. But Sarah, well done. You're alive still. You've made it through one with a generous 6-1 shot to kick things off.
And sometimes I'm such a skeptic that it seems too good to be true for a horse that was such a short-priced favorite last time, that high purchase price, that debut that was promising at least, behind a horse that we've seen go on to be good, with a couple of others coming out of that race to be productive. And when's the last time you had a Todd Pletcher exact a 6-1 over 15-1?
Yeah, what? And an absolute no-show from the two, who never looked interested or comfortable from the start in number 2 Highness.
I don't know if anything in particular happened with her to start the race, but she had nothing early on and just also never made any sort of late impact. You got a nice price on Metfarda at 6-1 here, a horse that was totally overlooked. And your comebacker, She's a Gemma, ran well, finishing 4th in here after pressing the pace, but sometimes it works out that you get the price that really shouldn't be.
I can't believe it. Kendrick Carmouche in the irons, asked her to be forwardly placed. They sat that stalking trip, and she had plenty left in the tank to finish things off quite nicely, as they will get the win together. Nice low angle shot there with her stablemate in the same colors, a little dirtier. Ragba rallying outside to be second. Going the 1 mile here in 1:35. And 3, as we will take a quick break here, get you those official prices, as it is 7, 4, 5, 6 in the opener. And we'll also check in with the ABR race of the week. It is the Jockey Club Oaks, and Laurel Lynn coming off the back of her first defeat in her career. Can she make it back to the winner's circle on Saturday?
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are here on FS2, and we are brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with your Naira Bets account today. And hopefully you backed Metfarda as she returns a generous $14 in breaking her maiden in her 3rd career start, as she was piloted by Kendrick Carmouche, who's standing by with Richie now.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. And Metfarda, she looked like she was traveling like a winner every step. difference was last time you rode her post one, this time the outside post kind of helped things to get into position properly.
Yeah, Richie, last time I had this filly, she broke good and they ran away from her, and I kind of done the worst thing a jockey can do is just let her get to the outside, get in the clear, and she jump on the bit and she move a little. I move her a little earlier around the turn from the half to the quarter, and you can see in the replay she stayed on towards the end last time, and I knew we're getting a 7-hole today. I just had to break her good and just put her in a good spot, and I didn't think they'd beat this horse today if I gave it the right ride, and you know, I'm just glad that Todd put me back on and I could have redeemed myself.
Well, you give her the right ride, but you just brought up something critical. You've been riding more and more for different high-profile outfits like Todd, really gotten in there. How much easier is it when you've established yourself with a trainer that you can be honest, tell them, you know, I think I made a mistake, I'd love to ride her back, and it works out?
You know, with Todd and all these big trainers, you know, to tell you the truth, Todd watch races. Todd know when jockeys make mistakes, you know. He gave me the ride back on this horse because, you know, he figured I would correct my mistake. And as you see today, that just made all the difference, you know. He believed in me and I believe in him.
Confidence begets confidence, and I was just really kind of admiring the year you've put together. And I'm closing down 170 winners. You can conceivably get to 200. But just give me a little insight into just how satisfying it is, because you've always known you can compete at this level.
Richie, you said how good I'm doing this year, you know, how good we are doing this year. It's not just me, it's my agent, it's my wife and kids who support me while I'm away from home to be successful for the family. And just things came into place this summer. You know, me and Jimmy kept working hard, kept getting the right horses in the right spots. Like I said, this summer we try to ride less horses and do more with the horses that we have. And that's going to be up to me at the end of the day to ride hard and ride smart each race, you know. And it's working out, you know. This year so far is my best year. We still got a month and a half to go. I want to push it as hard as I can for the last month and a half and see if I can get to 15 million, 16 million, you know. It's always about accomplishing goals in life, and I think I have got and reached so many different goals this year. I'm tickled, man. I'm happy, man. I'm blessed.
Well, it's fun to watch, Kendrick, and I like that, guys. Ride smart, ride hard. I think that embodies Kendrick.
Also work hard, as you know, he's out there every morning working horses as much as he possibly can, as Met Farda returning to 14-24 for the win and a decent trifecta as well. Sarah.
Absolutely. When you have those two shorter prices not get into that trifecta, we saw $252.10, a decent exacta for two Todd Pletcher trainees as well.
Crazy.
Over $70.
Well, as Kendrick, he will be aboard Bourbon and Lace in this upcoming second race on 2 for 17.5, going a mile, currently 9-5, though. Kyle's mom, that is Sarah, single in here for Jamie Rodriguez and Jeremiah Englehart. Speaking again, Kendrick Carmouche. He rides a pretty nice filly, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. 5 for 6 lifetime is Laurel Lynn, as we'll take a look here at our upcoming stakes schedule over the weekend. We have the Key Sense tomorrow, the Notebook, as we'll look forward to seeing Caroline Street Beat come back. And then Saturday, 2 stakes races on the turf with the Jockey Club Oaks, the Knickerbocker, and Sunday with the Pebbles and Forever Together. Really finishing strong on the turf course with the ABR race of the week is the Grade 3 Jockey Club Oaks, and taking the Saratoga Oaks Invitational was Laurel Lynn, I should say, as she does come off the back of her lone defeat, and that was in the Grade 1 QE2 down at Keeneland. But let's take a look back here at this Saratoga Oaks Invitational, where Laurel Lynn, she sat a pretty nice trip, though wide. Kendrick was just so full of confidence as she out-finishes Evershed.
Well, when you're undefeated so far, it makes sense that you had that confidence coming in. And this was a good effort from her, as all of her prior efforts to that point had been. She didn't exactly run poorly in defeat behind Lush Lips, who was able to have a decent trip in that QE2 over at Keeneland, her first try in a Grade 1 event. You have a strong field assembled for this Jockey Club Oaks towards the end of the year. She's going to be facing a horse like Fionn, who we'll take a look at in just a moment. Perhaps some up-and-comers as well, but she seems like one who's going to be able to get back on track, not that she necessarily was ever off it.
No, she ran well. I thought Les Schlitz just had the jump on her last time out there at Keeneland. She has never disappointed in her sixth career so far, sixth race career, I should say, with 5 wins and 1 second. We'll see if she can take down the third leg of this turf tiara, if you will, as Fionn, she took down the first leg, winning the Belmont Oaks Invitational and defeating a heavy favorite that day in Nitrogen, who's gone on to do some even better things on the dirt.
Absolutely. Nitrogen taking that grade 1 Alabama after that, a horse who had that breakout off the turf performance. And Fionn was one that was a little bit underestimated coming into this spot, even though she had already built herself a solid resume so far this year. I think that last time there are some legitimate excuses for that 4th place finish, where she had that little bit of difficulty at the start and then had a bit of a wide journey and finishing 4th in that QE2. Can she get back on track, and is she going to be the right kind of price coming in? Blinkers are now coming off for her.
For the first time ever, as she has a wonderful record too, 6 for 9 lifetime, with earnings nearing $2 million already. Brad Cox, Flavien Prat aboard, and like you said, you know, she is in a little bit more of a disadvantageous spot because she has to close from so far off of it. Will she get the right kind of pace set up?
I think with what we've seen from Flavien Prat really over the past couple of weeks, especially really the past couple of years, but he's been riding so well right here at Aqueduct and winning in bunches. He's going to figure out the kind of trip that will work for her if she's good enough. And I think that there are some legitimate excuses for that one last time. I trust that he'll be able to call an audible if need be and have her in the right kind of position.
Draws nicely right in the middle of the field, and maybe those blinkers coming off will, you know, sometimes they actually make a horse sit a bit closer because now they can see what's going on, as it'll be a fun race. It is your ABR race of the week, the grade 3 Jockey Club Oaks. Horses in the paddock for today's second race, however, and they're getting saddles on, and that's the look at your favorite. Kyle's Mom here off a bit of a layoff, the Voided Claim. Can she come back and make good on that beaten favoritism last time out at the spot? Stay tuned. More to come here on America's Day at the Races.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Stallion Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Welcome back to the show, as we're brought to you by NewYorkBreds.com, NYBreds, I should say, .com, as it always pays to have a New York bred. And we heard that McMahon of Saratoga feature, standing Central Banker, who is the sire of #1 Spirit of Esther here, as she looks to go 2 for 18 for Ilkay Kantomasi. But standing in her way, the current favorite, #2, Kyle's mom. For more on her, we check in the paddock with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And as you know, when we look at these horses, especially favorites, we're looking for something that maybe leads us away from them, that tells us maybe they're not going to run their A race. I don't see anything but positives with the favorite, the 2, Kyle's mom. She's just coats good. She's been training first at Finger Lakes, then Saratoga. Now she's been back down here. For people that don't know, Saratoga just closed this week for training, so we'll see an influx of horses back to Belmont Park. But Kyle's mom looks good. She's checking the boxes. She's never run a bad race, and she should get a good trip right in behind the pace. The 5-horse Furry Fox, another one. Terrific coat on her, first time off the claim here. She is fitted with an extension blinker on the outside, and it's a tricky thing when you're in the gate as a jockey, because that blinker cup can inhibit their vision. So you've really got to be able to make sure that the eye that's not encumbered with that kind of a blinker can see the brake. They react more to the doors moving than a bell ringing or anything else. So just a sight lion, but she gets a veteran in Ricardo Santana who knows how to handle those things. And the other horse that looked good from a physical perspective here is the 7, Toxic Girl, and she's well posted from the outside, should get into the race the right way. We'll see how that pans out for her. We also get Savan Savachi, who is riding here. As a matter of fact, his agent, Mike Salito, told me not just for the winter, but trying to establish himself full-time here in New York.
Well, that's interesting. Of course, his stay here in New York cut short due to... he doesn't describe it as a herniated disc, but it sounds like a herniated disc in his back last year. So, unfortunately, we didn't get to see him ride and finish out the Aqueduct meet. He was dearly missed because he made such an impact early on and continues to do so now.
I'm with you. He made so many smart moves early on where he was aggressive but also intelligent in the way that he positioned horses. There was one ride where you could tell that he was such a major difference maker, and had he not been aboard that horse and made all the decisions that he did at each point in the race, that horse probably wouldn't have gotten up for the victory, whose name is escaping me, but it was a first-time starter for the Clements. That was earlier in the winter, where he was just so smart in saving ground and behind horses and just making every right move. So excited to see what we get from him full-time potentially on the circuit.
He'll be aboard #7 Toxic Girl for the first time, who was arguably against the track back on October 16th as #2 Kyle's mom. She is your single here, Sarah, in your pick 5, which you are nicely alive with the 6-1 shot on top, as we do see Jamie Rodriguez getting the leg up there aboard Kyle's mom. You said she had some excuses in her last start. What were they?
I thought that she was one where she didn't necessarily get all out of the gate all that quickly, but she was able to still sort of keep trying and overcome something. As we'll take a look back at that race back on August 31st, she can breaks okay, but then you see her have to take back a little bit, and she just seems like she's never necessarily in a comfortable position. As you can see, she's third last right now and now behind the tree, but it's a tightly bunched group where she's going towards the inside, and I thought just always trying to look for a spot to have that clear running room once she does end up with some clear running room, I thought that she still ran on to finish a respectable placing in there. And the voided claim, a little bit of a concern, but I just wanted somebody in this field where maybe they were able to try to overcome something. You can see she's trying to split horses here, brave to do so, and trying to go towards the inside. I just thought that I wanted somebody who was a little bit more lightly raced overall and who at least had consistently shown up in her efforts.
Just never gotten any continuity to her run. Was upset by a big long shot that day in Brooklyn Dance, and Kyle's mom was the beaten favorite as we kick off a post right here with number 1, Spirit of Esther. She looks to be the inside speed, Sarah.
She wasn't able to sustain that speed last time, but I do agree that she is one that runs better when she's forward.
Here is your favorite at 8-5, Kyle's mom.
We'll see if she can do good on that favoritism. She did win for the first time 2 starts back.
Bourbon and Lace comes in from out of town.
Would likely have to get a little bit quicker to be competitive here.
Cha-Cha Ren make the rider Javier Castellano.
A little interesting, didn't run that poorly last time after breaking a little bit slow.
Extension Blinker going on number 5, Furry Fox.
And if you want someone else that's lightly raced, this is the one to go to, a horse who is second off the layoff.
And number 6, That's the Facts. Jack, 1 for 22.
She certainly had plenty of opportunities.
And here's number 7, Toxic Girl, who does get the riding assignment, Asahin Savachi.
This one is a little bit intriguing. She has those consistent numbers over her last 3 races. I just thought that others perhaps had a little bit more upside.
If you want to play today, also play along at Churchill, you can get that 10% win bonus on your win bets at Churchill Downs. Make sure you opt in, though, over at NYRABets.com to earn that 10% bonus. A little Churchill action as well here, along with Aqueduct. This horse is getting some nice warm-ups out on the racetrack. Number 5, taking a look back here at Furry Fox. Sarah, I do wonder with her. Now, she ran actually very well last time because, as I mentioned, I thought it was a little bit of an inside-y track on October 16th where she was pressing 3 wide the entire way and still hung in very gamely.
That was her coming in off of a decent break, too, as well. She is going first off the claim in here to New Connections, but Ricardo Santana Jr. staying aboard, who did ride her last time. We'll see what we get from her. I like that she was forward in that last start, something that she had been in some prior efforts, one of those that win over a wet track. I just ultimately don't necessarily know how competitive she's going to be second off the layoff or if she was primed to have that big race last time out.
She is going off the claim from Michelle Nevin. That was off the trainer change as well. She did break precipitously, she did drop down precipitously in class to the 17.5 level. Back here at it again. But Richie, as you mentioned, does get Ricardo Santana back in the irons, and that's never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing. He's really kind of made an impact here coming into New York. He and his agent, PJ Campo, have really done a tremendous job basically showing that Ricardo belongs at this level. Furry Fox is interesting. I'm going to pick her. I like the way she looks. I think she's well drawn. I really appreciated Ricardo. He came out on the track. The groom was trying to hand her off to the pony. And you could tell she just wasn't happy with it, and he was trying to pull her towards the pony. The worst thing you can do is pull on a horse when you want to go forward and they want to go backwards. It's a recipe to have them, rear up, lose their balance. And I just love the way Ricardo said, please just turn me loose, let me have her. He galloped her off. She settled nicely. Now she's hooked up with the pony. And I just appreciate those little subtle nuances of horsemanship. Then you see the 2, Kyle's mom, is going to be very tough to beat. I have no false illusions about that. Looks terrific. Jeremiah Engelhardt has put together another good year. I'm not going to pick a 6-5 shot, so I am going with the second choice, the 5, Furry Fox. And the 7, Toxic Girl, who moments ago was 18-1. She's now 12-1. I do think she's going to outrun her odds. I not necessarily as a win candidate, but I think she looks better than a 12-1 shot should from a physical perspective, and certainly with a good outside draw.
I agree with Richie. Don't you think she's a little interesting, Sarah, especially at those odds?
She is. I think that she's one that coming in, getting that outside post, that's good. We at least have a feeling of what we're going to get from her, where you are sort of guessing with the horses that are your shorter prices right now, as they haven't had as many starts. But I just don't necessarily see that she has a step forward in her repertoire maybe she doesn't need it. Maybe we see these other horses that are the shorter prices not show up or able to do good off of their last performances that did look like they were moving in the right direction. And at 13-1, I have no problem with going with her based on a level of consistency that we haven't seen from some others.
Current third choice is number 1 in here, Spirit of Esther. Manny Franco back aboard for the third try at this level for these connections. And I would have to think with the rail draw, it's just go from there and see if she can finally hold on.
I wish I had more of an excuse for her.
No, I don't.
Backing up last time where she was towards the inside, she was forward, where she likes to be, where she's been most effective. And she just has not really been able to sustain that speed for quite some time. She was a well-beaten second, 2 starts back behind. She's complicated after being forward in there. I just didn't want her as one of the other options in this spot. And so with a little trust in others, I defaulted to your favorite.
Furry Fox currently is your second choice on the board. Are you at all surprised by that? Just considering that she's going from higher profile, higher percentage trainers in Rick Dutrow and Michelle Nevin to a lesser known barn.
Perhaps, but at the same time, I would argue, where else are you going to go?
Okay.
And sometimes when it looks like a horse is a little bit too short of a price and you look around at everybody else, it does make a little bit more sense.
Okay.
Perhaps a little bit cold on Spirit of Esther by
I was going to say,
comparison, because that would be the other
indictment
spot.
on the other horses more so. And even like Cha Cha Ren, for example. I thought, yeah, she was with the track last time, and she doesn't have much early speed. I wonder if Javier can be a little bit more aggressive with her, though.
Potentially. I thought that she was one whose performance perhaps looked a little bit more enticing than it was based on where she was on the racetrack in there. This race is wide open if your favorite doesn't show up.
Agreed. We'll see. Does Kyle's mom show up today at 6-5 as they head into line? Do you get nervous when you're singled?
Well, I was looking at that first race and thought about singling there, and then thought, well, maybe not. I don't know if I trust this horse. The last race was just taken out, maybe not that good. But now I'm thinking maybe that should have been the spot. So that's what I'm nervous about.
Is there a type of horse, a type of condition that you feel more confident singling than others?
No, definitely not. And usually claiming 17,500 is not the type of race where I would feel
that's what I was
extremely confident in singling. It depends. It's just on a race-by-race basis.
Gotcha. All right. As they head into line, coaxing number 6, that's a fact, Jack. Into line here, Ruben Silvera in the irons. See if they can get her in with a bit of encouragement. We don't need any encouragement, however, to go up to Chris Griffin as he brings you the call of race number 2 here at the Big A.
Still low. And in. All set. And they're off. Breaking inward, but quickly with Spirit of Esther. Spirit of Esther, and the red cap will show the way. And here comes Kyle's mom to join that early leader. Kyle's mom gets out in the center of the racetrack with Spirit of Esther towards the inside, and Furry Foxes in the early fray too. That's the leading trio as they get set to come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. And the leader is Kyle's mom. Kyle's mom with a neck advantage. Furry Foxes engaged, stalking second. At the rail comes Spirit of Esther, who's a close-up third. Now looking over his right shoulder there, Manny Franco moves towards the outside quickly, and a slick move there for Spirit of Esther is now 3 wide. That's the fact, Jack. Climbing just a touch there in 4th, and at the rail moving up from 5th is Bourbon and Lace. Toxic Girl, and the trailer, Cha Cha Ren. Pretty tightly packed as they approach. 4 furlongs left to go. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile, 45-4 for a half-mile time, a 3-way battle for the front. At the rail, Kyle's mom. In between horses, Furry Fox, and 3 wide. Spirit of Esther, who wanted off the rail, is looming up on the outside. Toxic Girl about to join them, 4 wide, and Toxic Girl is on the move, and that's going to cue Spirit of Esther to go right with Toxic Girl, and they hook up now head and head as they've dispatched of Kyle's mom. That's the fact. Jack is under a full drive, and from the back, Cha Cha Ren, they reach the top of the stretch, and Toxic Girl Girl is in front. Toxic Girl battling on. Spirit of Esther at the rail is now a clear second. That's the Fact Jack. Pink Silk's trying to gain momentum, and the grandstand side Cha-Cha Ren. But Toxic Girl is up by 2, almost 2.5. That's the Fact Jack is making up some ground. Toxic Girl trying to hold off the charge from That's the Fact Jack. Toxic Girl's almost there. Toxic Girl will win it. That's the Fact Jack's second. Spirit of Esther. Then came a photo. Bourbon and Lace with Kyle's mom in 1 minute 37.35 seconds.
See that smart riding employed here. Sahin Savachi in the irons with Toxic Girl. And Sarah, ultimately, the pace kind of collapsing here as they hit the quarter pole with these kind of lower level horses. It doesn't take much for them to throw in the towel.
Yeah, Kyle's mom took that little bit of pressure, and credit to Manny Franco on Spirit of Esther, a horse that we'd seen be forward, do the most effective running when forward. Those tactics weren't working lately, and as you pointed out, they were trying something new with her. She ends up finishing third, and here the pace was coming apart, but Sahin Savachi had Toxic Girl in the right kind of position where once those front runners started to fade, he was the one picking up the pieces and the closest to do so, and you did get a nice price at 12 to 1. I think it was important that Richie pointed out the odds flash from 17 to 1 down to 12 to 1 before we got closer towards the gate. So somebody had an idea about this horse.
Still, that's too big of a price, I think, on this horse, as she was against the racetrack last time. Again, that we're seeing a little bit of a theme here from the first to second race. Too big of prices on horses. That too, Sarah. Too big of prices on horses.
A non-handicapping angle.
We're just against the racetrack.
I agree, and I think that yes, Kyle's mom did have to deal with some pace pressure in here and ultimately fell apart, but you can't put all of your eggs in a basket like this at this level where that's likely to happen, because these aren't horses that are as likely to overcome adversity as some of your higher level horses, and that's why they're running against competition where they can be effective. She was the one who was coming in with the consistency. Richie pointed out a big price that was interesting, and if you have this early double and are still alive in the early pick 5, things are looking up for you.
As it is unofficially 7-6-1-2. Even money favorite Kyle's mom settling for 4 today is 12 to 1 on Toxic Girl for Jose Jimenez, Sahin Savachi, and RT Racing Stable. We'll have official prices on the other side of this break.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. As Toxic Girl, she's a winner here today, getting the second win of her career. Daughter of Solimini out of the Broad Rush mare Darling Mambo, standing by with the winning rider, Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And Sahin, Toxic Girl, well posted outside. And I was talking with you before the interview, the difference you've been riding on synthetic and turf predominantly in Canada. What's the biggest difference now coming here with the dirt?
I would say it's the kickback. Aside from that, going a mile and further, the horses, the jocks here, they hustled them out of the gate pretty quickly and get them going, find position. I would say that's it, really. The kickback, really, some horses don't like it, so you got to keep clear.
Well, and so this was a perfect post, 7 of 7 here going a mile with Toxic Girl.
Yeah, we had a good post position, and you know, she's been pretty consistent with her races. I look at the program, and I mean, I saw she's 12-1, but I thought she had a much better chance today, so I was confident in her, and she showed it.
You rode her with that confidence, and she rewarded that. Saying you're going to not just stay here for the winter, you're looking to establish yourself full-time in New York. That's kind of an exciting prospect.
That's right. Very exciting for me, especially riding with these top riders here. I'm looking forward to improving myself, you know, be in the big league here, so I'm happy about it.
Well, it looks like you're fitting in quite well. And, guys, that's what you have to do. If you want to be the best you can be, you got to challenge yourself, and you got to compete with the best. So I'm sure Sahin's going to make a very, very comfortable spot for himself here in this jockey colony.
No doubt a welcomed addition, Sahin Savaji. We've all been impressed with what he has shown us as he comes in from... I think that's the Mama Kantamasi there. Sahin, Turkish in descent, though growing up most of his life in Canada, but sounds like he's found a new home here in New York.
Yeah, the Kantamasi's influential in having him come over and really get started here, and we know what kind of success they have had. Ilkay now out on his own, and Sahin Savaji, we were talking about him before this race as being that difference maker in many spots, and he thought that this horse had a big shot today. He was able to sit off the pace that was coming apart late, get that good run, and ultimately get the win.
Well done. Congratulations as we turn the page, claiming 20 here, going the 6 furlongs for the fillies and mares. Take out the inside 2, where they were long shots in this spot, and even money currently on number 3, Proudfoot, as she will go out for Linda Rice.
She's not exactly a winning type, but I did scratch into her here. I was going to take a shot with My First Love towards the inside, who wasn't exactly one that inspired a ton of confidence to rely on either, but Proudfoot does have that level of consistency, and I thought it was interesting Linda reclaimed this one and now puts her in for the $20,000 claiming tag, and I thought that she ran okay last time.
Yeah. Interesting race coming up as we have another turf stakes that we will take a look at. The Knickerbocker also coming up on Saturday is Air Recruit. He will be featured in that one. We'll take a deep dive, though, on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Heart to Heart in front. Heart to Heart's got a 1.5 length lead on Jay Gatsby as they come to the gate pole. And Heart to Heart's pulled away now to lead by 2.5. Jay Gatsby is second, then Black Type take over target on the outside. It is Heart to Heart with a heart on his face. The winner of the Knickerbocker by a 1/2 length.
The aptly named Heart to Heart, winning the 2016 Knickerbocker Stakes on the front end for Brian Lynch. And oh boy, it does not seem like it was that long ago. Look at that. It's such a perfect heart, and it's like so white and pronounced, and just a wonderful name for a really talented turf horse.
Yeah, when you have the markings like that are so prominent and so aptly named there, as you can see, Irad Ortiz Jr. smiling with this one, getting that victory. What a cool horse, and also just having that legacy as the one with the heart on the face.
This year's edition will feature a field of 8, as we do see Air Recruit as one of the main players in here, Sarah, as 2-back. Excuse me. He won the Oceanport Stakes by a nose at Monmouth. He won in a style. Now, he was 1-2, so he was meant to win. But, you know, he was pulling pretty hard early, but still had enough left in the tank to finish the deal. And last time he was running at Kentucky Downs over a good course, and just kind of had that wide trip. And geez, I really don't want to hold Kentucky Downs efforts against horses.
No, and a horse who's been one that wants to be forwardly placed since coming back as that 4-year-old, missed all of his 3-year-old season, and then was able to have that good early speed to win first back. Ended up winning by a nose in that effort as well while being forward. And then I just thought really never got into good position over at Kentucky Downs, where I agree. I think you can always be a little bit more forgiving of horses not necessarily taking to that turf course. Perhaps that was the case for Air Recruit, and he can find himself in a more forward position coming up this weekend.
He might have to deal, though, with the inside speed of Dear Dad, and one that is hopeful for a little bit of pace to run into, though still can be tactical enough, is Ohana Honor for Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, and he's coming off of a 4th place effort in the Grade 2 Sycamore, but it's only going to be this Knickerbocker the 3rd start of his career. Kind of had a late start to the action. As Sarah, is there a reason to believe that he can, now with those 2 races under his belt, can kind of step back up and give us one of his better performances? Because at the end of the day, his numbers make him a major, major player.
They do. I wonder if he's one that he's earning some of those numbers because of the kind of competition he's been facing, as well as the tough spots where he's at least shown up and still run his race. And I also wonder, is he one that really wants to go longer, as we've seen him really kind of excel at some of those more marathon distances. We'll see what we get from him. Limited starts this year, as you mentioned.
Yes, he'll go the 1 1/8 for the Knickerbocker on Saturday. As back here on today's card, we will be taking a look at race number 3 in a moment, but just to recap what's coming up tomorrow, we have the Key Sense for the New York Preds. Same thing on Friday for the boys. Saturday, Jockey Club Oaks and Knickerbocker, and then the Pebbles and Forever Together. It's kind of, a fillies and colts and geldings on the turf. Smorgasbord coming up over this racing week here at the Big A. As yes, horses in the paddock for today's third race. Proudfoot, still currently your favorite, 6-5, Jose Lascano and Linda Rice, familiar team, getting together here. We'll see if they can pick up another win in race number 3. More on this race on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
Corniche.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races as live racing coverage continues here from the Aqueduct Fall Meet. Horses in the paddock with 8 minutes to go to race number 3. And first off the claim, Sarah, we have Proudfoot for Linda Rice, 7-year-old mare. She's looking for win number 6 here in start number 40.
Yeah, and this one dropping in for the $20,000 tag from the $40,000, a horse who did finish second last time out. And she was with Linda Rice a time ago. If you go all the way back to the fall of 2023, she was in this barn for a little while, facing some tougher competition, and then had a stint with Rick Dutrow before going to Fernando Abreu, and now back to Linda Rice. And it might be some viewing as a negative that Linda is dropping this one in class off the $40,000 claim, a horse she's had before. But I also think she just kind of fits against this group that she'll be facing because she's not necessarily a winning type, and this should be competition that she should be able to handle.
Do you ever find, though, that when Linda does drop, it's a negative?
I do, but usually they win. Unfortunately, for anybody trying to beat, when Linda spots horses like this and they are the short prices that they are,
yes,
if I pick against them, they usually beat me.
Got it. As number 7, Edith Strudis making her way, going to round out the field here. Ilkay Cantamasi and Manny Franco teaming up again as we do kick things off with your favorite, Proudfoot. Yeah, what Linda lost her for, what was it, 30? And went back in for the 40?
35.
35, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what we get from this one. Your favorite right now with a couple of scratches in here, though it is very close in doubles in the pick 3.
Yes, it is. That's coming in from Gulfstream Park at number 4, Defended. First off, the trainer changed to Rob Atras.
And got a wet track in her last 2 starts, but has numbers before that would figure here.
Yeah, her last 3 before that. Number 5, Jockey, the Joker, will turn back in distance.
And drops back down in class, a horse who has shown some good early speed as of late.
There's number 6, Majestic Return, second off the claim.
We'll see what we get from this one in terms of late odds changes. Should go down in price.
Here's the other Cantamasi runner, Edith Strudis. She's first off the claim and stepping up in class from the 12.5.
Yeah, this one coming in and having that raise in class, like you mentioned. It's been a while since she's gotten a victory. It's Oaklawn earlier this year over a wet track.
As we'll take a look at the new face, if you will, to the NYRA circuit in number 4, Defended. Taking a look back at her July 18th effort, which was a win as a favorite first off the claim for previous connections. And like you said, it seems as though the wet track not necessarily agreeing with her, as she has 4 of her 5 wins on dry, fast surfaces.
Yeah, we'll see if that really does the trick for her. A horse who had that good consistency coming in on those fast main tracks over her 3 starts prior to the 2 offgoings in her last 2. And she's handled a wet track before, but no 2 playing the same. I thought that she was forward enough in that spot, sat a good trip. She was favored. She was supposed to win in there. And if you don't necessarily trust a horse like Proudfoot, who is taking all the money right now, she at least is one that, as you mentioned, is the new face to this group.
And it sounds like, Richie, you do like what you see from number 4, Defended.
I do very much, Maggie, with the 4, Defended. She looks great from a physical perspective. You know, add in the fact that she ran well consistently through the heat of the summer in South Florida. When you see a mare that can do that, and, you know, her last 2 races maybe left a little bit to be desired, but they were on off racetracks. But her races previous to that, in May into July, in that heat, when you see a mare that can run consistently over the years, they come up to New York on a cooler afternoon like we have today, and they just seem to blossom. You know, years ago it was when they'd come out of Florida for the springtime, and you know, people would stay through the first dates, whether it was Hialeah or a Gulfstream, and then they'd be back in New York by the middle of March. Then people started waiting, going to Keeneland, and then that led to staying in Kentucky through the Derby. So you don't see that horses getting here with those Florida tans, I like to say, those Florida coats, coming in when the weather is still a bit chilly. So this is a little bit of the opposite effect. A horse that was consistent through the heat of the summer now comes here, and that elevates the 4 Defended in my eyes, no doubt. The 6 Majestic Return, also taking a drop in class for Ilke Cantermasi, looks fantastic, guys. She is a solid mare all the way through, and she's well posted towards the outside with Ricardo Santana. And then, listen, your favorite, Proudfoot, she looks good. I can't, you know, say anything negative about her, but I don't like horses claimed for 40 and immediately cut in half to 20. Now, some people say, well, if you win the purse and the horse gets claimed, you're basically back even. That's if you don't count in the training, and they've claimed this horse back in July, so they've had this horse for, you know, several months. It just doesn't instill a lot of confidence, but I think, you know, Sarah said it right. We may not love that move, but Linda's pretty good at it, and they win when she places them aggressively. So I guess she can win. I'm just not going there at even money.
Sarah, how about you? Meg, thank you. Where will you land in this spot? I know you went 2 deep, 3 deep. You still can get 4 out of 5 here.
Seems likely, right?
Yes, with the prices, yeah.
No, it doesn't. But looking at this race, it was kind of a situation where I wanted to take a shot with an alternative, and originally had gone to My First Love, who scratched out of this race. That leaves me defaulting to Proudfoot, but I absolutely understand if 6 to 5 is too short for some, and you want to look elsewhere, and viewing that move of her dropping in class first off the claim as more of a negative. And she already has shown the propensity not to get her picture taken, more so than she finishes second or third. So I completely understand wanting to go in a different direction. Ultimately just thought that she ran well last time. I thought it was interesting Linda took her back and was familiar with her from the past, and she could just end up being a little bit too good for this group if she shows up. But we have to talk about the late price change with Majestic Return, a horse who is favored in the pick 3 significantly, and is only separated by 10 cents in the double from a horse right now in the number 3, Proudfoot, who is even money.
Yeah, it looks like she has continued to drop here. Is currently at 3-1. So I don't think she goes favored, right?
I don't think so.
No, she wouldn't go favored. But yeah, if you were looking to get, what'd she open up at?
She was
like
8-1 at one point.
Yeah. That's not happening now.
No, it's not.
Do you trust her though? Like,
No,
that's
she's
the
not on
whole
my
theme of
ticket.
this race is who are you willing to trust in this spot? Because there are a lot of horses that just look a bit dicey on paper.
Well, remember prior to the last race when you asked me if there was a certain type of race where I'd feel more comfortable singling over another, the answer to this one is still not in this situation necessarily, unless you have somebody that is more of that standout type, and it all depends on the field assembled regardless of the level. And I don't think that this is a race where you can have a super confident opinion in a horse who is a awfully short price right now in Proudfoot.
Even money on Proudfoot. Any thoughts as we do kick off the pick six with that $31,000 plus carryover coming up?
Coming up in race 4, I believe, right?
Did I just say race 6?
You didn't say a specific race.
Yeah, no, I said coming up next in race.
Yeah.
I don't know. My brain, I said race 4.
You said nothing wrong.
Okay. Sarah looked at me like, "What are you saying?" And I was like, "I don't know. What did I say?"
Nothing.
Okay.
The pick
Did
six
you
is
have
coming
any opinions?
Well, I have a couple of opinions for the pick 6 coming up, and mostly that there's no real spot to confidently lean
it's a tough
anybody.
sequence.
And so I think that some might find aggregation to be that horse, but he wasn't one that I fully trusted coming up later on. I went to cut the cord in there instead.
Well, because, doesn't that, at least on the surface of things, it looks like a race that is primed to set up for a horse that wants to close from off of it.
And Cut the Cord has only shown that dimension recently, where he's been able to be a horse that can come in from off the pace.
It looks like.
It seems as though they've discovered something new with him over his last couple of starts for a gelding that we've seen plenty of and seen him be more effective on the front end throughout most of his career.
Could be a big day for the Cantermassies as they have 2 in here. Race number 3, Chris Griffin with your call.
All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses from Defended. Jockey the Joker wants to be up close and out wider there. Majestic Return. Taken back was Proudfoot, and Edistrudis was off a step slow as the early trailer. It's Jockey the Joker who now takes command. It's Jockey the Joker had to go, though. When they sprung the latch, they've been sprinting ever since. And to the outside, Majestic Return, they're 1-2. Just off of them, Proudfoot has had a nice journey here for Jose Lescano through a 21-4 opening quarter mile. It's a dream journey right now for Proudfoot, just looming in behind the top 2 pace setters. It's Jockey the Joker and Majestic Return. They go at it. Edistrudis, red cap, is on the move, has taken 4th, dropping back was Defended. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Majestic Return in hand is trying to dispatch of Jockey the Joker, who battles on towards the inside. No excuses, Proudfoot. Proudfoot from 3rd is trying to rally on. Also back into the bit is Defended, who starts to close in with Edistrudis. Proudfoot has taken the lead. A furlong left to go. Proudfoot is up by a length and a half. Edistrudis is in full pursuit towards the outside. Proudfoot looking for the line. Edistrudis is a clear second, is going to lunge late, but Proudfoot will hold on. Proudfoot wins it over Edistrudis, then came Defended in 1 minute 10.43 seconds.
You try to beat her in these situations, but you just can't. Linda Rice, Jose Lescano teaming up with Proudfoot, getting the win here as your favorite, and I'm sure keeping some people alive in this early pick 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, did she deserve to be the extremely short price that she was? Maybe not necessarily, but with a couple of other players coming out of this race in the drop-in class, the reclaim, in a way, even though it had been some time, she sat a perfect trip in here, just off of the 2 horses that were forward. We saw Edistrudis run well to finish 2nd. A little bit chilly early on with Majestic Return on the board, who ultimately doesn't get into your trifecta, though it seemed like she was going to make a little bit of a run and then just totally stalled out.
Well, it did, and it too, during the running of the race, it felt like Proudfoot was getting the right kind of setup, and Jose Lescano was sitting back there with fistfuls of horse, and once he found the clear, she came through, but Edistrudis made it mildly interesting very late in the game.
Yeah, it seemed like she was making that big late run where we saw it get a little bit closer for comfort than some would have liked. In all likelihood, she ends up going off at 9-2. And as you mentioned, we could see big day for the Cantermosses as they finished third earlier on with Spirit of Esther. And if you're into gallop outs, she's the one you want next time, apparently.
Yes, as they were maybe coming back at 7. Edith Strudis would be a player as the Cantermosses do finish 2nd and 4th. I think they'll win one today.
I think so.
I do like Cut the Cord later on.
Yeah.
You're right about him.
I'm a big fan of his.
Yes. Big smiles there for Jose Lezcano. Unofficially, it's 3-7-4-6 in race number 3. Bringing you those official prices on the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Reed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2. We're proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com or download the app today as we are here at New York City's racetrack. It's Aqueduct and Proudfoot. She's a winner for Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano. Linda also co-owning this one with Bruce Golden Racing. This is win number 6 in her 40th career start. Sarah?
She got a sweet trip in here. She was able to sit just off of your pace setters, who ultimately did fade and get the jump on a horse that was running well late, Edith Strudis, and we didn't see much of an impact from Majestic Return ultimately. Proudfoot, perhaps some a little bit skeptical with that drop in class first off the claim, but she'd been running against some tougher horses, and this was the kind of spot where we see Linda Rice do well when she is dropping these horses slightly. She spots them appropriately, and she did so today with Proudfoot.
Able to overcome the 4-month layoff as well and return 444 for the win. The first favorite that we see on the card winning today, race number 4 coming up. That does kick off the pick 6 with that $31,000 plus carryover. And we see 2-1 on Got a Guy. Another one going first off the claim here for Hugo Padilla. And 2-1 also on Sergeant Caps. Kendrick Carmouche looking for another win here too. We also will take a look at the notebook coming up a little bit later. You'll also say goodbye to me.
For now.
Going downstairs in a bit to report as Greg Wolf. He'll be coming in and joining Sarah. It was a pleasure, Sarah.
It was a great time as always.
Likewise, as Caroline Street beat. Well, if you are familiar with Saratoga, you know what Caroline Street's all about. But how about this horse? He broke his maiden impressively for Miguel Clement up at the Spa. He'll be looking to become a stakes winner in only his second career start this coming Friday. Stay tuned, more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Elite power to the front at the 16th pole, very clear. And going to take the rear to a sprint, but Elite Power does it again.
75.5 in the back, 550,000. Thank you.
We're down a minute to get down, anybody else ground and to get all through, well done. $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
Jugmont.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Clayburn in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
And we are proud to have legendary Clayburn Farm as a sponsor of our program. As Walker said, doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf stepping in for Maggie Wolfendale with Sarah here for a couple of segments as we get set to kick off the Pick Six carryover of $31,000 in 16 minutes to get your tickets together.
We've had some difficult sequences where we have seen plenty of those Pick Six carryovers throughout the Belmont at Aqueduct meet, and now heading into Aqueduct, it's our last week of turf racing, so we have those full fields and no real lean within this Pick Six sequence, at least in my opinion. I didn't think so. You have one? I'd love to hear it.
I think it gets hit today, no question. I think there's a few races you can narrow things down, but we can go through it.
We can.
Not that I'm going to be right, but I think there's some races where people are going to lean. But yeah, let's go through it in a minute. Let's look ahead to the weekend first. Notebook Stakes, mile inner turf. Been waiting for Caroline Street Beat to come back off that impressive debut at Saratoga for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, absolutely. This one should handle the stretch out in distance as well, being the first full out of My Heart Belongs to Daddy, a State-Bred Stakes winner that we saw plenty of and plenty of success from, winning the John Hettinger, I believe, in her last start. And this one made some sense coming into this race where this horse took money, this horse ran impressively, was able to just be very professional first time out, and you can see start to pick things up here towards the outside. Tim and Sam is one that we'll see again try to defeat this one, and you have a lot of promising up-and-coming types coming into this notebook later this week.
And obviously easily beating Tim and Sam here, but not all horses sort of progress at the same level. And for Tim and Sam, I know it's a debut for Caroline Street Beat. It was impressive. Tim and Sam, that was the first time going long off one sprint, but got another opportunity to go long on the grass and won. Similar kind of number, but one that could move forward again.
Potentially, absolutely. I think that is one where we saw this horse take that big step forward and have a little bit more forward position, get back to the turf. And look, we'll see what we get defeating Twirling Lad in that spot, who we'll see in this field coming up yet again.
And Adam Rice, Spirit of New York. Short price in the Skidmore after winning first time out. Didn't get it done there. Comes back against New York Breds. Bertram at Bongard. Wins as the favorite. Now it's going to go beyond 6 furlongs for the first time.
And if you can come up with an excuse for that performance, finishing third at a very short price in the Skidmore, this horse has 2 numbers that certainly make him competitive in here. Got things back on track in that Bertram at Bongard with some forward position, and it seemed like the price that you got of over 2-1 seemed generous after the race was done. I think that if you can make an excuse for this horse and he handles the stretch out in distance, he's a major player towards the inside.
And then Jaxer, one of the best trainers in the game, certainly on turf, Graham Motion. He'll have Pratt aboard and coming off a maiden win here in New York.
Another one that showed some good early position in getting that victory over Coach Ryan in that spot, and seemed to really relish the gradual progression, stretch out in distance. And you can make some excuses for the debut where this horse just never was involved whatsoever. This seems like your up-and-coming type, a son of slumber. There aren't a ton of slumbers, but we do see this stallion really have a lot of success with his limited progeny.
So coming off a maiden score, Stakes Company now, first time against winners. That's race 5 coming up on the Friday card. And we look forward to that. Hope you join us for that coverage. But right now, more pressing concerns. Pick 6 carryover starts in this 4th race coming up. Again, about 12 minutes to post. And we're going to kick it off with a 1-turn mile. It's a $30,000 claiming race, all for sale here. Non-winners of 2 life. 1-turn mile, got a guy. The 4 in the background. 2-1 favorite right now, coming off some very good efforts for the level.
Absolutely. This is one who has been able to show up with several recent races, hitting the board in the last 3 starts, all of those on dirt. And maybe you say that there's just a level of consistency that we're seeing from this one more so than a couple of others.
$55,000 additional dollars, and that's going to grow. Bet into this Pick 6 already. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, hey, Greg. Nice to see you. Welcome to the set. The 2-horse Magni is where I'm going to start for Mitch Friedman. Homebred for Richard Greeley, the owner. Boy, this horse just is exuding good energy. Really, really on the muscle, but in a good way. You know, there's a difference between a horse kind of boiling over and being a little bit too too much energy, too over the top, too excited. I don't see that with Magna. I think he looks fantastic and really containing all of that good energy. I think he's going to run lights out here. The 4 got a guy. Anybody who grew up in Brooklyn, well, you know, they got a guy. For anything you need, you got a guy. Was claimed last time for $17,500. Moves up to the $30,000 level. Looked great going into his last race, trained by Carlos Figueroa. Continues to look good, holding that good coat and just good weight that you like to see. And then the 7, Sergeant Caps for Wayne Potts. Could not be better turned out. Took him a long time to break his maiden, but sometimes when horses win, they say, hey, I kind of like the attention that I get and the positive reaction to winning. Really well turned out. I've always kind of had a rule of thumb when a horse breaks their maiden for 35 that has form already that, you know, you can look at. Usually they're worth about half that, but Sergeant Caps makes a nice physical impression, and I just wonder where ultimately he will wind up being most effective, but he's well drawn towards the outside with Kendrick Carmouche and should sit a good trip.
Yeah, it's Sergeant Caps coming off 2 very good efforts. Took a long time to finally break through, and we'll see now maybe that light bulb has gone on and can move forward here first time in against winners. Let's go next door. Mission Hill, I believe we're going to talk about. Oh, pick 6 sequence we're going to talk about, not the 6.
Per your request.
Yeah. Okay, so start with this race. What do you feel you need to safely get out of this race?
I think that this is one where I didn't necessarily trust the horses that I thought would be some of the shorter prices, and we are seeing some big discrepancies in the morning line versus the current odds, because you have a horse like Fever Night coming out, a horse that would have been a short price in here, so it's a little bit of that wide open board. And I thought that this was one where you could maybe get a little bit more creative. I think that Adventurist coming in here for Linda Rice, who stays in the body of this field first off the claim and stepping up in class off of that victory where he was supposed to win in the drop in class for maiden 20 last time out. The pace perhaps a little bit murky in here to me, so maybe he's one that could be forward, and things don't get easier for me moving forward.
I thought 4 and 7 in this race you got to have too. Race 5. Sammy Sino, it's probably going to be on everyone's ticket. Who else do you think?
I want to include some of the new faces. The first-time starter for Miguel Clement, at Frickin' Frack trying the turf for the first time with a little bit of turf pedigree. And then you have a couple of horses that moving forwards into the 6th race, we've seen them sort of show up and run similar races. The 13 does get in there, but I think it's between Salt Princess and River Empress.
I think that is incredibly difficult. Really? Yeah. Just those 2?
I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable just using those 2, but I think that those are the 2 that are going to take the bulk of the play.
Okay, Lendelfoot gets in. Yeah, I think that's a horse you got to take a look at. I thought that was maybe the most difficult race on the card, but we'll see.
I thought this one coming up, I didn't trust Aggregation, but if you think that he perhaps is one that people will lean on, I think that most people will have him.
Who do you like in that? So we're talking race 7 right now.
Yeah, I think that Cut the Cord is interesting for the Cantor Mossy. He's a horse who's really developed a difference in his running style as of late for a 6-year-old gelding. He used to be forwardly placed. Now he's able to come from off the pace, and I thought that there could be some pace in there.
Yeah, I thought he was the one to beat, but Aggregation...
He's tough to trust.
Tough to leave off, though, too.
Sure, yeah.
And I think Refua is coming into a big race, but I do like Cut the Cord a lot.
Yeah, same there. He's going to be a lean for me within the sequence. I thought that this race coming up in race 8 was difficult, where you do have some horses coming out of the same race who all had similar efforts, and I just wanted a newer face in City of Oscars coming in for Mark Casse.
Okay, I thought Let It Ride going to be probably my top play in there. Devil in Disguise, I feel like you got to use as well.
Yep.
You're going a little bit deeper. Maybe you want to use Musical Maestro. What about the last?
The last, if you have a strong opinion in there, I salute you, because this is a wide open group of horses where we don't know that much about them, the 2-year-olds that are trying this maiden restricted level. I went to a first-time starter for Tom Morley on top with Narnia, who has some turf pedigree. I think that the 2 towards the inside for Miguel Clement ran okay first time out, even though technically a step up in class. And then the one for George Weaver, the number 5, Fazzone, would be another one that I would want on my tickets.
4 and 5 are going to be probably on everyone's tickets. I thought the 6 a little interesting, stretching out. Tough way to close it out. Probably Dutro's Rafa Jr.
Where would you lean if you had to have a
I think
lean?
Cut the Cord, probably, and then maybe in the turf sprint, Let It Ride. But both those races, obviously, there's great chance of getting beat too. With other aggregations, going to take a ton of money. He's dangerous, but I do like Cut the Cord a lot. And then that outside speed in the turf sprint, dangerous as well. But
Yeah.
those would probably be my two leans.
I definitely did not see a confidence single for myself within this pick six.
And then here, I really like the 4 and 7, but again, there's several that these lower level claiming races, not races where I love to take stands.
That's something Maggie and I were discussing before you came on, of if there's a type of race where you feel more comfortable singling, and the answer is no.
Here is adventurous Linda Rice, off since July.
I think this one is interesting at a little bit of a price towards the inside.
Magni, 1 for 12. Mig likes quite a bit.
Yeah, this one coming in, finished 4th last time behind Cocktails and Kringle.
All right, the positives with Gotta Guy.
Consistency, ability to run sort of mid-pack, and just showing up and taking some money.
Rudy Rodriguez, McDiesel.
This one's a tough read. A horse who's dropping in class, who the one victory was with a bias.
Mission Hill's only win, it was on the turf.
Limited starts on the dirt for this one. Does have a 2nd place finish in an off-the-turf race.
Yeah, ran good enough in that only off-the-turf try. Sergeant Caps, Wayne Potts.
This one getting the first victory last time, 1 for 18, facing winners now.
Was 9 to 2. He's down to 2 to 1 right now. The 7. He's taking
money.
a lot of late money. And then Cocktails and Kringle on the outside for Horacio de Paz.
Finished 2nd as your favorite, trying winners for the first time in that last start.
So 5 minutes to post in this pick 6 carryover, 70,000 plus. Bet into a $31,000 carryover, and that's where you could play it at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, there it is, $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that code. Bonus 200 right there at NairaBets.com. So this one, Cocktails and Kringle, this one took a little while, 10 starts to finally find the right field, break his maiden, and then first time against winners at this level was very productive. 2nd beat a nose.
Yeah, this horse ran well, and maybe is one that's just come into some good recent form. Actually ran okay. 3 back, too, for Steve Asmussen over at Saratoga at 17 to 1. And look, I can't really fault him too much for finishing 2nd in here, narrowly defeated by Neon Bordeaux. I just wonder if this horse has another step forward, or maybe he doesn't even necessarily really need it. And perhaps you rely on this one to be a little bit more forwardly placed, where I didn't really think that there was a clear standout of who wanted to have the early lead.
Missed by a nose, first start against winners. And now the outside post, which can be a good spot to be here. See what kind of develops in front of you. Back to the rail, adventurous Linda Rice. Claims off of Todd Pletcher, but hasn't been able to get this one on the racetrack until now. That was July 13th when claimed.
Yeah, this one took a huge drop in class, and a horse that just probably wasn't going to be competitive against tougher, but I think that this was the right spot for this one to be effective. I thought that this horse showed some good early speed, more so than he had in the past in some of his prior races. They tried the turf experiment, and that didn't work out. First off, a little bit of a break, and I think that this horse was just supposed to win in here and did enough to do so. I like that Linda is stepping this horse up, facing winners for the first time, a horse who's still fairly lightly raced, and she was able to claim this one owning for herself. And we saw Sahin Savachi already with a win earlier on in the card. He just rides very intelligently and aggressively, and I thought that if there was a lack of pace in here, I thought he would have this horse forwardly placed.
Don't love, and who knows, but Todd Pletcher always had this horse going longer, 1 1/8 distances, couple tries on the turf, and then won impressively at 1 1/8. Now shortens up to a mile. I got to say, off screen, the 7 looks absolutely outstanding. Warming up 2 to 1 right now. Maybe that's why this one took this huge hit on the board, because we saw that one at 9 to 2. Form-wise, anyway, was coming into this race, I thought, in a good spot. But this horse looks incredible for the level. Who's your 2 to 1 second choice right now? There's the 7.
Sometimes they finally have that light bulb effect that we talk about of horses that get that first victory and then will do so in their next start against winners for the first time, because they have the light bulb go off, that they end up having that winning instinct. And this horse has had 3 consistent efforts, going a little bit shorter, finished 2nd twice, and then getting that win last time out as your favorite. We'll see. I think that this is a little bit of a tougher task, but you also have a lot of horses that need to step up and show up that maybe haven't lately.
Mig, let's head downstairs to you. If you had eyes on Sergeant Caps here, how's he look to you?
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Greg. I mean, he could not look any better. I liked him in the paddock a great deal, liked him even more in the racetrack. Gosh, he framed up as well as a horse can frame up, really using himself properly. Hind legs up underneath him. Horses don't pull themselves. They propel themselves with their hind ends. He looked fantastic out on the racetrack. Almost made me call an audible. I'm going to stick with my first impression with the two. Magni, I'm not exactly sure how you guys are saying that, but this horse just looked too good to get past. He's trained by Mitchell Friedman, who I think does a tremendous job. And, you know, people go, well, he's not winning at the highest percentage. That doesn't always tell the story. You know, you can only make horses run as fast as they are capable of running. I think Magni is well placed here, looks fantastic. And for people that don't know, Mitchell Friedman and I both went to school in Brentwood. He went to Ross High School. I would have gone to Sonderling High School if I actually went to high school. And they were big rivals, but I could look past it because I think Mitch is a great guy, and we're both Brentwood alum.
Nice. Keep it to the family, Mig. See what happens here. 8-1. But the favorite remains got a guy here at 9-5 who actually is stepping up in class a little bit, but the recent races figure-wise that he has run, deserving favorite, I thought.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, and you will see Manny Franco aboard this one. Maybe the competition that he's been facing over the last couple of starts hasn't necessarily been what he's going to be running into here, but he's at least, as we've said, shown that level of consistency where that's not always something that you get at this level. And we have a couple of horses that are taking some drops in class, but we seem to believe that those might be warranted for a horse that's a big price right now, like McDiesel, and even a couple towards the outside. He makes sense in here. I wouldn't necessarily want anybody in this field, though, at 9-5.
Linda Rice, Adventurous, 8-1. Mig, like Magni, 8-1. This 7 just looks too good not to use, and the form warrants it. Sergeant Caps, difficult race to begin things in this sequence. You never know. I mean, sometimes things look incredibly formful to you, and they play out a completely different way. We totally disagree in that turf race where I thought race 6, right, could be wide open. Maybe not. It's just you got to try and pare down in the right races.
Yeah, and it's always a wonder of what those right races will end up being. You mentioned the 13 drawing into that 6th race as one to keep an eye on. I agree. Flavian Pratt will be aboard that one. You have a couple of intriguing first-time starters as well. I went to a horse who I thought had a little bit of difficulty at the start and still ran on in River Empress. The blinkers are going on with that one. The number 5 for Melanie Giddings. Honor the Numbers is stretching out, a horse who ran extremely well first time out and then maybe a little bit disappointing in that last start. It's an open group, but yeah, I would have to narrow it down somewhere, and I would try to go with only a couple within that spot.
Here we go. Good luck to everybody getting involved in this carryover. 110,000 plus additional dollars bet into the pool already as we load up for this first leg of the sequence. Here's Linda Rice's Adventurous with reigning Canadian champion jockey Sahin Savachi, who is going to be riding here full time. That's great news. He steps in, but the favorite, the 4, got a guy, 9-5 on the 4. There he is, coming off a 3rd place finish against a little bit easier company. Last time out, has been popular in the claim box, claimed out of each of the last 2. Chris Griffin to get us started here in this pick 6 carryover.
Sergeant Caps, Cocktails and Kringle. Cocktails and Kringle goes in, all set. And they're off. Slow start for Got a Guy. Speed from Mission Hill. Sergeant Caps in the early mix. Cocktails and Kringle and McDiesel right there too. Sergeant Caps, Kendrick Carmouche, they're up by a half length. Mild pressure here towards the inside from McDiesel, who is in the early mix as they come out of the chute and hook up at the backstretch. It's an easy lead for Sergeant Caps. Sergeant Caps is up by a full length. Here comes Cocktails and Kringle. Now to apply some mild pressure at the rail there is McDiesel as a close-up 3rd. Moving forward, Magni is now a shared 4th and 5th with Mission Hill towards the outside purple cap. Then comes Got a Guy, who was off a step slow, is caught up with the main group, and far back, Adventurous, just not keeping up with the field as they work up with the backstretch. 22.76 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Sergeant Caps, who shows the way. Sergeant Caps into the far turn. Cocktails and Kringle is in full pursuit right here from second. McDiesel all in third. From the outside, it's Mission Hill. In between horses there is Magni. Got a Guy is shoved along, trying to catch this leader through a 45.72. Half-mile time and still far back. Adventurous. They approach the top of the stretch. Sergeant Caps has got the lead, and Sergeant Caps tries to win it right now. Sergeant Caps hugs the rail. Cocktails and Kringle is back for more towards the outside, is ready to challenge that leader. Sergeant Caps trying to keep that margin, is doing just that inside the final furlong. Sergeant Caps up by a length and a half. Cocktails and Kringle. Adventurous. Where did Adventurous come from? From way out of it. Sergeant Caps. Adventurous. Sergeant Caps holds on. Wow, what a late rally there from Adventurous. Cocktails and Kringle, and Got a Guy in a photo with Magni in 1 minute 36 and 4.
Sergeant Caps looked the part leading into the race, broke sharp. Great sign early and able to hold off this late rally from Adventurous for the win.
And he was one that was taking that early money, as we mentioned, a horse who had just gotten that first victory in 18 starts last time out, facing winners for the first time in here, and an aggressive ride to be forward in a race where I thought the pace was perhaps a little bit murky, and I was completely wrong about where Adventurous was going to be early on. But it kind of ended up being a decent move for this horse, where he gave you some late thrills that he might get there to get the victory with that big late rally. Not to be, though, Sergeant Caps taking the win at 5-2.
7-1-8-4 finish. 3-2 favorite winds up 4th, and here it's 5-2. Second choice on the board, Sergeant Caps to kick off the pick 6. Keep your eyes on the 4 here out of the gate. And let's see what happens out of the start. Squeeze as the 2 and 5 come in a little bit on him.
Yeah, ultimately settling for 4th as your favorite in here. And look, I think that he was one that had that level of consistency coming in, maybe some disadvantages at the start, but this was, as you mentioned beforehand, a step up in class for him. So perhaps one that maybe we'll see something better from him next time with a better beginning.
Sergeant Caps touting himself before the race, gets the win, 5-2. 2 for Kendrick this afternoon. Sharp early and able to lead this field just about every step of the way for the win to kick off this pick 6 carryover. We had 1 segment or 2 together. Anyway, it was short and sweet.
It was short and sweet, whatever it was.
JK stepping in for Sarah after a short timeout. We'll get into the late pick 5 when we come back. Stay with us. Lots more ahead. Sergeant Caps took 18 starts to break that maiden and only 1 start to win again. Back-to-back now for this Wayne Potts runner with Kendrick.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
right around the corner. This is coming up. Hot Springs, hello. Now accepting reservations for dining and reserved seats for the 2025-26 holiday and classic seasons. I believe Arkansas Derby Day, I think, completely sold out. If anything, there's just a few seats left. So be part of the action, get involved. And of course, we will have live coverage all meet long. Pick 6 carryover. Starting in the 4th, here at Aqueduct, and it's Sergeant Caps. Break sharp from the gate. Kendrick Carmouche, second win on the afternoon, and wins at 5-2. 3-year-old wins for just the second time in 19 starts, but now wins back-to-back after taking a while to break that maiden. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I'm so pleased to be joined by Jason Bonsraj, the winning owner. And this is the only horse you have in training right now, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's the only horse I have in training right now.
Watching him warm up on the racetrack, Jason, he looked so good, and then he put himself in such a good spot. You had to feel pretty confident throughout.
I feel pretty confident that he's going to win this race because I go and visit him 3-4 times a week at the barn. So I am super confident he's going to run good.
That's fantastic. Now, you've got Wayne Potts as your trainer. Wayne's horses always look good. What's that like? Give the people at home a little insight into that relationship with the trainer and owner.
Yes, Wayne been an awesome person to each and every owner, and he's doing a fantastic job. And I wish him good luck. Hopefully he can get some more wins and keep himself going.
And now, how about yourself? How did you fall in love with this game? Is this something that we have so many stories of parents or a father taking you to the races. How did you fall in love with racing?
I work in a barbershop. Actually, I own a barbershop. So all day long, we watch race in the barbershop. So I fell in love with this horse race. So I say I'm going to get a horse one day and get a win. It's like a dream come true. And it happened. My first horse give me a win at Aqueduct, JJ Joker. And this is my second win with Sergeant Caps. I'm super, super happy.
That's fantastic. Great. I'm sure those win pictures will be in the barbershop. I have a question for you. How do you do with people with cowlicks? I have the worst cowlicks. Can I come get a haircut?
Yes, you could. I'll give you free haircuts anyway. I cut the guy here, took the pictures. I cut his hair like a few days ago.
Well, congratulations. Yeah, that's great. And guys, I just got a new barber. Sorry, Dominic.
Wow, how about that loyalty? He's been going to Dominic the barber. That's all he talks about at Saratoga for years, and just like that, it's over. By the way, Mig, you need to follow up and ask him. He says he watches racing. I assume he watches the show that's on in the barbershop, right? So, Mig, if you can follow up with that question, find out. I got a new analyst on the desk with me. First time I've seen you since pre-Breeders' Cup.
It was before the
Jonathan
Breeders' Cup.
Kitchen. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. The weather's
in person,
a little,
anyway.
Yeah, the weather's a little bit different here than it was out in California, but that's all right. That's all right. I had to get the gloves out for the first time today, which was a challenge.
Yeah, it's getting chilly. Winter's coming. We're underway in this pick six. We got the late pick five coming up next. Even pick five difficult sequence, depending on where you stand with a couple of these races, including the aggregation race. Starts off sprinting on the turf. New York breds, $50,000 maiden claiming race. And 7-2 tells you how difficult this race is your favorite right now. Though Sammy C-Note, the 2, that price is going to come down.
Yeah, you look at the horse, the 6, Wrighton, who's taking all this money. This horse was entered 4 times, maiden special weight. Just never, whether for various reasons, a couple times I think off the turf, a couple times I'm not sure exactly why they didn't run, but to enter 4 times maiden special weight and then to finally show up in this spot for a tag, I think there's a little bit of class, at least appears that there's a little class for that one.
All right, so that'll begin the late pick 5. Kendrick Carmouche, 2 today, looking for number 3 on a horse. It was only turf start, didn't show a ton, but it was early on in the career. And of course, Kendrick, as we all know, is blue collar as they come. He earned his stripes riding and winning out at Parks, and now he's become a mainstay with incredible success on the toughest circuit in the game.
Yeah. I love the morning work. The morning is something that brings peace to my day when I can wake up and say good morning to everybody and just get on horses, in the morning. It's fun that us jocks get to go out and get on these horses because it builds a relationship for the afternoon where we can be even better.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Every morning I wake up, I gotta go talk to everyone to let them know how much I want it, how much I want to be successful to their team, want to be on their team. I love riding for everybody. I want to ride for everybody. I feel like I can do good for everybody if I only can put the work in to be successful at the end of the day. Mama Linda, how are you, hon? I'm good. I like to always check with the people that I ride for, so, you know, we can have a good vibe going into the afternoon where we can win some races. It's all who want it out of life and who want to do better and who get the opportunity to do better. You know, it always don't go your way because you want it so bad. You know, the opportunity got to come to you where you can achieve your goals and where you can prove to them that you are just as good as anybody else, if not better. Morning. Good morning, my brother. Everything good? You good? My dad was the biggest inspiration for me. As I was growing up, he wasn't overbearing about, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. He was always, son, you know, you gotta learn the horses, you gotta get in tune with the horses. I rode that one? After that, I just started building from there. Morning. Me, all day. I ride 2 for Linda, se fue adios. My dad always told me if you can't be good at it, you know? So, you know, anytime I lose, I'll be like, man, if I can't be good, I gotta be good at it, you know? If I can't win, I gotta be even better at it, you know? That's some of the things I think about that my dad always used to tell me, you know? And he used to always tell me, never walk with your head down, always keep your head level, because if you keep your head level, you can see what's in front of you. And I can see everything what's in front of me, Dad. You was right, man. I am here. I am there. I am everywhere. I was brought in the game. I was pretty much raised in the game, you know, so I just can't speak so highly of how much I love my sport. I think my sport is wonderful. I think these horses are wonderful. I think these horses do stuff for people across the world that humans can't do for other humans, you know? That's how I feel about horses, and I'm just blessed.
He's always so positive. It's great to see the success he's had, and he's had an incredible year in terms of big wins.
Yeah, and look, I think one people don't understand about, some people might understand about the life of a jockey is it's very results oriented, and it's not even results oriented, it's perception as well. A lot of guys can be tagged as like not being big time riders, not being good enough for the big horses on the big stages, and especially guys who come from the humble beginnings that Kendrick did, riding at parks, right? You know, like the IRADs of the world have always basically been knocking heads in New York, and they don't really have that tag. What Kendrick has accomplished over the last few years with his prominence at Saratoga, but also in these Grade 1 races, he's removed that tag from himself. And now there's no owners out there that are like, oh, well, can we get a bigger rider? Kendrick is that big rider, and he's done that through his success throughout the last couple of years.
He's in the forefront of the top of this incredibly tough jockey colony. We're going to see him again on a horse getting back on turf. Tom's Chicken Figures the 8, trying to get a turf win in just the second try on the grass, looking for his third winner on today's card. 4-1 on Kendrick's mount in a race that will kick off the late pick 5. We'll get deeper into this first leg of the sequence when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races. And the gorgeous view that we have of Manhattan from here at South Ozone Park as we get set for the late pick 5 against Sprinting on the Grass to kick things off. And a speedy 3-year-old trying to break his maiden here, the 4, Paz the Soy Sauce for Tom Morley, getting a 4th opportunity on the lawn. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and I like what I'm seeing from the 4, Paz the Soy Sauce, and I like cleverly named horses, right? By Mission Impassable out of Chow Fun. Horse has speed. I think he's very interesting and making just a really nice impression here in the paddock. Has had some opportunities, but I like the fact that this horse has a lot of natural speed, and I couldn't get past how good he looks from a physical perspective. First-time starter that really caught my eye is the 6, Raiton for Miguel Clement. Just really well turned out. Now, this is a horse that's been training at Belmont Park, not up in Saratoga, where Miguel had his other division of horses, his division at Belmont, a division in Saratoga. Now, Saratoga has closed for training for the season, so you'll see all these horses kind of migrating to Belmont Park and other jurisdictions. But Raiton looks so good for a first-time starter, very professional, very kind of focused. Sometimes they get over here, they're not quite sure what they're there for. I don't get that impression with this guy. He just seems like a very intelligent individual, at least what I'm seeing in the paddock. And then the 9-horse, Frickin' Frack, son of Laufrick, ran first time out and reigned off the turf. This horse did take money. Also, Lord Johnny Velasquez that day. So I think it's interesting now. This horse getting to the turf obviously must have impressed with the morning trials in practice, if you will, Frickin' Frack, to take that kind of money first time out back on September 26th. So I just think this horse is interesting. Maybe getting to the surface that was always intended for.
Post parade coming up shortly. Thank you, Mig. Pick 5 pool approaching $70,000. Your thoughts on this race? We're going to take a look here at Sammy C-Note, who's going to be, I would think, on everyone's ticket. You're not going to get 9-2. Did you feel like you need some deep coverage here?
No, I actually only thought you really. Well, I don't think this is not the right way to say it. I think the way that I looked at this race and the rest of the sequence, I thought you could get away with trying to just use 2 here, the 2 and the 8. As far as past the soy sauce is concerned. Well, I'll come back to that one. We'll start with the 2, Sammy C-Note.
Okay.
I like this horse. I thought the horse ran well last time. You look at the debut on the dirt, broke slow, didn't do much running. That's fine. But right here in this race last month, the horse was tactical. You know how I am, Wolfie, when it comes to turf sprinters. I want him to be close and in the mix. Didn't get the easiest of starts. Has this inside draw. Close enough. Should be able to save ground. And when geometry comes into effect, when they turn for home, you'd like to think that Sammy C-Note will have a little bit left in the tank. 3rd start of the career, 2nd start on the grass. So, and from a speed figure standpoint, this was the one whose number I trusted the most. Some of these other horses, I don't necessarily trust their numbers, and I don't necessarily love their performance with lesser numbers.
I don't really mind. Some people do, I really don't. Outside posts, sprinting on the grass, but it did compromise him, no question, last start. And so the fact that he does get inside, that's a big benefit.
I would much rather have my turf sprinters drawn outside, mostly because the ones I like are tactical, and it gives them more options from out there rather than being dictated to when you draw inside.
Yeah. Ali, first-time starter for Mike Maselli, a looking at Lee 3-year-old.
Yeah, looking at Lee with that looking at Lucky, that screams long on the dirt, not short on the grass.
Here's the one who had that compromised start from the outside post turf sprinting last out.
Just feels like Sammy C-Note's going to take a step forward in the 3rd lifetime start. Does have an inside draw, will need to show some of that tactical speed to avoid any trouble.
Ladato went long on the turf in the debut.
Yeah, it's Jose D'Angelo can't win this race. Not a Breeders' Cup race.
Good point. 10-1 on the speedster. Paz the Soy Sauce.
You know, this one for me, I just shown speed and really hasn't ever got it done. I don't trust him.
The 6 Raiton debuts, Miguel Clement.
This is the one I think is interesting. Been entered 4 times, made in special weight.
Yeah, we skipped over the 5. We'll get back to Out of the Fog, Jenna Antonucci, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, this horse has run on the turf 3 times. I just thought those figures were a little bit slow.
Tom's Chicken Fingers, Kendrick looking for 3.
Yeah, ran well last time on the dirt, but that turf start a few back wasn't very good.
Frickin' Frack, 701, Bruce Levine.
Yeah, this was a little bit sneaky. This horse took some money on debut, didn't do much running. When they take money first time out and then switch to a different surface, sometimes I can wake them up.
And to make your moment is going to cut back, try sprinting on grass for the first time.
Yeah, I want to root for this horse. The races just disappoint. You know, they're not been productive in which this horse has been trying at this level for quite some time, has tried going a little bit longer. Maybe the sprint wakes him up, but another one that's hard to trust.
All right, so let's go back to the 7. Here's Out of the Fog, Jenna Antonucci, Javier Castellano. They've had good success together, not even counting, of course, their Belmont Travers winner.
Yeah, I mean, Arcangelo, that was a heck of a year, a heck of a horse. You know, if you look at the race two back up at Saratoga, the horse ran well enough. But the problem is, you know, the pace wasn't all that quick. Sometimes that can affect the final figure, but the figure just wasn't all that great. And when you look at DRF, you can look at the charts there to see what horses have done out of there. No one's really run that much better out of that race, which makes me think that if it didn't look that fast, it probably wasn't that fast. That would be my biggest concern.
3 minutes to post, late pick 5. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, not much has changed from my impressions in the paddock. I continued to like the 4 at a big price here. Love the way he looked framing up on the racetrack. Warmed up beautifully. Very well turned out for trainer Tom Morley. Now, I'm kind of curious, and I think it's a little bit interesting. I watch trainers. I eavesdrop a little. But watching Tom Morley talking to Jamie Rodriguez, who rides the 4 past the soy sauce. I got to slow down there. I say that 3 times fast. It looked to me like he was telling him he'd like to see him settle a little bit more. I love when the trainers, you know, use their hands. It's like they've got imaginary reins in their hands, and they're explaining to the riders, you know, how they should do it. I just always get a big kick out of that. So it'll be interesting to see the tactics they employ with the 4 past the soy sauce. The 6, right, is where I landed. I wasn't so overwhelmed with anybody whose runs form. So I'm looking for a bit of a new face. Like the way this horse looked. Got a little bit high-strung, a little bit head up in the air in the warm-up, but it looks like he was settling back down and kind of got away from everybody a little bit up the chute there. One thing that concerns me, now, all horses have to be okayed from the starting gate by the official starter. They have to break in a satisfactory fashion. They don't want the public to be betting on horses blindly that haven't been okayed from the starting gate. And this horse has absolutely no gate works, at least in the racing form. Now, obviously you had to, because just to race you have to get okayed from the starting gate, but I kind of find it interesting that there are no gate works on the form, and that goes back a long way. So is this horse just that good at it early on that they didn't feel like he needed a refresher, or is this horse going to break slow? I guess we'll find out soon enough.
All right, so Wrighton debuting. Colors, silks that win a lot of races on this circuit for West Point Thoroughbreds. Miguel Clement, Manny Franco.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fred Hertrich, one of the owners and the breeder, random fact, bred Rushing Fall, one of my favorite horses of all time. This is just a situation where, you know, it's all about class, I think, at this level. A lot of these horses have been attempting to face a bunch of horses that have never won for a tag, and it hasn't worked for them. So they've already kind of proven to be a little bit unreliable. We don't know who Wrighton is. And I think that that's one of the things that make this horse interesting. We also know that Miguel Clement has entered this horse 4 times for maiden special weight. Now, some might say that that's a give up then. Why? You haven't even seen the horse run yet. Or it might be a situation where, you know, it's getting towards the end of the meet, or end of turf season, excuse me. You got a horse that probably wants to be on the grass, probably not good enough to be in maiden special weight company. So let's see if we can't get a win, or if someone wants to be brave and come in and claim the horse, then we can clear the stall out for a younger horse to come in.
Meanwhile, the 2 vying for favoritism here, Sammy C-Note, as we expected, for Gary Siaka. Big price, almost 26-1 in the debut, but that compromise trip at this level last start, ran second behind a horse who come back to win, by the way. A lot to like with the 2.
Yeah, I don't love a horse running second at 26-1, then they come back and now you're getting 3-1. It feels like you kind of missed missed the wedding? Is that the saying, isn't it? I do believe that this horse is going to run better, though. In a race in which I'm guessing with the 6, and I'm not really trusting any of the other ones. At least I know the 2 ran well last time.
Yeah.
And has at least an opportunity to run a little bit better because they're so lightly raced. They haven't been banging heads and maiden 50 for 6 consecutive starts. It's hard to trust those horses because, if you look at like Paz the Soy Sauce, horse has been under 5-1 in his last 3 starts. Under 5-1, last 3 starts, facing maiden 50s and hasn't been able to do it. Well, what's so much different about today that's going to turn that one around?
Favorite, though, it remains Kendrick Carmouche's Mount the 8. Tom's Chicken Fingers only turf start. Did have issues out of the gate early on in that race. Was off a short layoff. It was just the second start of the career. So we'll see if that one can move forward. But still, you were taking – it's not like that horse did much running after that start on the turf.
No, not at all. Did run well on the dirt last time. I'd imagine that's why people are taking a swing here just based off of if you're purely off of numbers, if you Timeform US or DRF, arguably the 8 ran the best last race of all of these horses, so there's something to lean on there.
On a different surface, though, yeah.
Exactly.
Pick 5, good luck. You involved?
No, I am not, but if you are, I'm rooting for you.
Yes, we all are.
Everyone is.
Chris Griffin with the call to get us started.
Make your moment. Last slow. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Tom's Chicken Fingers broke very well from an outside stall and in between horses until last call. Paz the Soy Sauce is in the early mix and at the rail. Sammy C-Note, Lodato is in that early scrum too. That's the leading 5. Just behind them is Wrighton, is climbing in behind horses, just looking for a seam. Out wide of there comes Frickin' Frack towards the back end of the field, out of the fog, and the 2 trailers make your moment with Italy. They work into the far turn, and on the front end, there's plenty of pressure. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile until last call with a nose advantage. Sammy C-Note holding that rail position. Here comes a 3-wide run from Tom's Chicken Fingers. Tom's Chicken Fingers is ready to challenge and put a nose in front. Lodato's trying to rally on. Paz the Soy Sauce out wider. Wrighton down towards the inside. They reach the top of the lane, and Tom's Chicken Fingers is in front. It's Tom's Chicken Fingers trying to sprint away from the field. Here comes Wrighton down the center of the course. Tom's Chicken Fingers up by a length and a half. Battling on Sammy C-Note, not going away. And here comes Wrighton. Wrighton now extends the stride, and Wrighton is going to run right by Tom's Chicken Fingers, who's back to second. Give it to Wrighton to win it. Tom's Chicken Fingers second. Then came Sammy C-Note and Frickin' Frack in 1:10.53 seconds.
First-time starter, Miguel Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Manny Franco. It's Wrighton. And start off the late pick 5.
Yeah, I mean, so much about racing is spotting horses where they can win. I don't care if you're the greatest trainer in the world with the best horse or a really good horse, but if you put them in spots they can't win in, they can't win. I don't believe that Wrighton was going to win a maiden special weight. And the horse entered 4 times in a maiden special weight, didn't run. Jumps in here, maiden 50s, with a group that I think Wrighton can beat, and Wrighton beat him. It's all about placement with these types of horses, getting them in with, like we like to call it, getting them in with their friends.
9-2 to start off the late pick 5 as well. 6-8-2-9, and Wrighton kicks off the late pick 5 with a bit of an upset. Prices in a moment. Let's go to Shelbyville, Indiana, Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a state-bred maiden special weight. Mile and a 16th to kick things off, and an odds-on favorite in here, 4-star General at odds-on. We start with a 2, Bold Justice.
When you said odds-on, I panicked that you were talking about the 2. I said, I hope not. This horse was 58-1 last time.
Star Spangled Louis debuts.
Yeah, first-time starter for connections that have only won 3 times with first-time starters.
Carthage Cruiser.
Yeah, another one who has always been double digits and throughout the career hadn't done much running.
Star Spangled Image 0 for 13.
Yeah, ran well enough last time, but so horse, it's been single digits on a number of occasions. Hard to trust at 5-2.
All right, so who said this? I've swallowed a lot of aggression in my life, along with a lot of pizzas.
I don't know who said that.
Dewey Oxberger.
Who's Dewey Oxberger?
Stripes.
Oh, my gosh.
You need to watch it. Put it on the list. Jogger 9-2.
The list that Andy has for me. Yeah, Jogger, another one. It ran well last time. Has some tactical speed. You love to see that in 2-turn dirt races.
And here's the odds-on favorite, 4-star General.
Yeah, it's another one who was 14-1 last time, ran into a huge favorite and got beat by 5 lengths. I think the winner of that race was like 1-5, so I think that probably had a lot to do with it. This one probably makes the most sense. I trust a little bit more than the 5 who was taking a lot of money, but both of them, especially this division, are tough to trust.
Good on the main track. We're off the turf today. Let's check in for more on this card from Rachel McLaughlin.
Thanks, you guys. Yeah, I came down here thinking the fancy vest was going to keep me warm. Nay. It is 50-some, which was better than last week when you guys tuned in the 50s. But the wind is very chilly, and it is very windy. My general manager, Eric, just had to go retrieve my little desk here because it blew out onto the track. So watch the wind today. It is kind of going towards the stretch as they're coming into it. But let's talk about this race. We've got a good card today. We've got lots of races today, lots of races tomorrow for our closing day. So this is the last chance for some of these horses, especially my Indiana breds, to get that good Indiana money, the supplements. And I'm going to start here with the 9 4-Star General. And I didn't even look this up. I know it ran last time I was on Thursday. It was a couple weeks ago, because I can still hear Acacia saying 4-star, but not 5-Star General. So, and that day, like you guys said, big odds, but ended up second and is stretching out. And I went down and talked to the jockey, Santo Sanger, and I said, man, what is with this guy? He just cannot break. And he said, yeah, we had one of the worst breaks we had last time. He said, I am really, really glad that we have drawn to the outside today. He thinks they're going to be in a better position, and he's just going to try to keep him straight. And if he can break, he says he thinks he can get it done today. And then I'll talk to you guys a little bit about the 8 Jogger. A filly in here, a 3-year-old filly. Want to let you guys know that Mike Lauer has his assistant, Danielle Flores, in the paddock today for the first time in a while after maternity leave. So she's back here today, and she said, I would love to have good luck on my first day back after being off for a while, but this one's second. And she said, I like that Burgos is on again, because he's a rider that's not going to ease up on her, and she's one of those ones that kind of gets in her head. You kind of have to keep her to task. So that's the plan today for the 8 Jogger as they're heading to the gate. You guys, I'm going upstairs and getting my coat. So cue Rachel's wardrobe change.
All right, we look forward to seeing what comes next here. What did you think about this big favorite at 3-5 from the outside?
Yeah, I mean, look, it makes sense from a figure standpoint. I don't love horses on the dirt that haven't shown the ability to win, who want to come from way out of it. That's not the most encouraging thing. You become very dependent on everyone else at a very short price. The problem is, the only other real alternatives to me would be the 8 and the 5. These other horses I certainly don't trust at all. And they kind of find themselves in the same boat. Not too much early speed, don't trust all that much. And so that's definitely a concern for me. The 9 feels like one of those horses that's going to be like hopelessly out of it early, and then at the top of the stretch is going to be in front. One of those kind of middle of the race type of moves. I just feel like the 9's probably better than these other horses and a little bit less exposed as well.
Jim McNerney on the calls. We get set for the first out at Shelbyville.
The lucky one, and 4-Star General to the outside. 4-Star General coming up, the 1-2 favorite. Will load up to the high draw, being led in by assistant starter Riley Collins. Just about in here. 4-Star General. Now locked up. They're at the post. And they are racing at Horseshoe Indy. It was a good beginning for Jogger, who's the first to fire. Now from the middle, Dewey Oxford, the big long shot. 4-Star General, the favorite, stacks up 3 deep. And down on the inside, Bold Justice has a foothold at the fence. Meanwhile, Carthage Cruiser is watching his quartet from 5th and about 2 off the pace as they head in the opening turn. Then up on the outside, it is Star Spangled Image and stablemate Star Spangled Louie, the first-time starter. We'll have to run by them all. Just outside 6 furlongs to travel, and the Indiana bred maiden sireds. They turn up the backside through a first quarter and a leisurely 24-3. So Dewey, Oxberger, and Jogger, those two are almost on even terms, a length and a half in front of 4-Star General from 3rd. Carthage Cruiser is fourth and about 4.5 off the pace. It is Star Spangled Image now on the move to the outside of Bold Justice, and another 7, 8, maybe even 9 lengths back to debuting Star Spangled Louie, who is last of the lot. Half mile to go in the opener, and Dewey Oxberger, the big long shot, still showing the way from Jogger. 4-Star General is third and hovering off those duo of leaders. Still 4. Back to Carthage Cruiser. Star Spangled Image starts to warm up to the task. Still 7 or 8 back to Bold Justice. Nothing yet from Star Spangled Louie. 5/16 of a mile to go. The half mile on the board, 49 and 2. Here comes 4-Star General, who's kicked it into overdrive to come after the pace hitters as they reach the top of the home stretch, 3/4 in 1:14 and 2. And here's the son of General A-Rod sweeping off the turn. 4-Star General by the furlong grounds. And with that quick turn up foot has opened up 4 on those pace setters outside the 16th pole. 4-Star General in a jog is just ever widening here in front by 7, now by 8, and is in victory pose Santo Sanjur. Dewey Oxberger, I think, held second. Late charge from Star Spangled Image to just get on the square there with Jogger in a photo.
1-2 favorite made that short price look like an overlay here.
Yeah, I mean, I was halfway right. He just felt like the horse was better than these. He'd be on the lead at the top of the stretch. The difference was he was actually a lot closer than I thought he was going to be. In his previous races, the horse has really been out of it, but found himself much closer this time around, and it made everyone's job a lot easier. The horse was going to win no matter what. When you win by open lengths like this, you could have fallen all the way out the back and still come running. Pretty impressive, and makes that 1-2 look like free money.
The Ox getting second, 32-1, helping that exacta a little bit to 7. Back here in New York, late pick 5 begins with a first-time starter, Wrighton for Miguel Clement and West Point.
Yeah, Wrighton making his debut, in for a tag. Like we had mentioned before, the horse has been entered 4 times, maiden special weight. So there's obviously at least some talent there for Miguel to make that entry 4 times.
Got a nice trip too.
Yeah, it really did, but saving ground and had something, a target to close into, but finished extremely well in here. And sometimes that entry box can lead you to some clues on how connections might feel about a horse who's making their first start.
Did this one stay with Miguel Clement?
I would guess yes.
We're trying to find out. Okay. $11.16 for the win. That pick 5, the beginning early pick 5 ended here, $6,450. As we move on to the late pick 4. So we stretch out on the turf. Mile and a 16th. Maiden optional claiming group for 2-year-old fillies, and even money on Salt Princess David Donk.
Yeah, I really like Salt Princess. I've said it a million times. One of my favorite angles is closing into a slow pace in a turf race. I feel like it's one of those hidden things. That's what Salt Princess did. The problem is there's not a lot of speed in here, so it could be the same scenario. I will say the 3, Avery's Wonderland, who I don't want to like at all.
Got to use, yeah.
Could be loose in here.
Who is getting 14-1 right now. Yeah, stretching out. I thought interesting too in here. Ruben Silvera, always cognizant too of using speed when he has it, and he's on board here for Rick Dutrow Jr. More on this field when we come back. We're going to talk obviously more on this race, and Ray Handel have his story of how he got into this game, coming off his first ever Breeders' Cup starter, by the way. When we come back, stay with us.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's been quite an unorthodox journey. My dad was a gambler, took me to the racetrack when I was a little kid, and I just fell in love with the game, and it's all I'd ever wanted to do at a young age. Started going to the track and meeting some people, learned how to groom, learned how to ride. Started like a janitor at a corporate company and worked our way up to being a CEO now. I went out on my own in 2014. Second horse I ever bought was English Soul. She's still actually my career high earner. And Promise Her America, she's been so special to me. You know, she got me my first graded stakes win because we'd been knocking on the door in graded stakes company, but I felt like it was one thing that was kind of holding us back a little bit and showing people that we can really do it at a higher level. Winning races and kicking butt helped me kind of keep getting better and getting better stock and bigger clientele base that's kind of helped me elevate my game to the next level. Dad calls me after every single race. He's my biggest fan and my biggest critic. You know, I'd be like, what the hell happened out there today when one doesn't run good? He's the first one to call me before I get to the winner's circle. I'm a competitive person in nature, so to go out there and compete against these guys, it's fun and it's very fulfilling when you claim a horse and seeing them do better and improve and then perform on the racetrack. All of it combined is just everything that I could imagine.
Ray Handel's going to send out this 2 Doppio Espresso. We've had Ray on the show a few times, including here downstate just a few weeks ago, and congrats to him on just recently having his first ever Breeders' Cup starter. Here's Johnny.
Yeah, and the horse ran well, too.
Yeah.
You know, it was obviously a tough spot. You know, you know, those races are tough to win. It seems like their 2-year-olds they bring over here, at least the last couple of years, have been really dominant. And so for here's Johnny to come with a second-place finish here at Aqueduct, to go out to the West Coast and to run as well as he did, I'm sure Ray was extremely proud. I know he was proud. I got to talk to him after the race.
Now, Christopher Elliott's going to ride for him here on one who has had 2 sprints on grass, now goes long for the first time. Real quick, too, just wanted to wrap up. Acacia got back to me. No claims in that last race, so right and staying with the Miguel Clement barn.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. You win a purse. You know, it costs money to train these horses. You can have a positive line item in the profit loss for that horse. And now you qualify for some other conditions. You could try to get in some starter races and continue to have fun. And that's good, especially for a group like West Point, where they have a lot of partners are involved. You get to get your picture taken. Feels just as good to win a maiden claimer as it does to win a maiden special weight. Almost as good. And so it's a great operation.
You concerned at all about this horse here, 6-5, who's the last 2 starts, second beat ahead, second beat a nose at this same level?
I don't love it, but I will say this. There's like a couple of trainers that make me care about it a little bit less, and that's Dave Donk. Because Dave is the type that will let his horses run around there 5 times, take their time, develop them, and then they can have those big performances where they jump up and win. Think about it at Saratoga, how many times there's a horse on paper that's just been like 4th, 3rd, 12th, 4th, 3rd, and then wins like very impressively. Dave takes his time, so I don't knock as much of those kind of 2nd and 3rd place finishes.
Yeah, just all but won me out of a pick 5 in the nightcap Sunday before Breeders' Cup.
See? Told you.
Does a great job. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and we're going to start with the 5 River Empress from the Melody Giddens barn. I like what I'm seeing here. Horses got some races at certainly from a figure standpoint make her competitive here. She's a little bit slow early, but does add blinkers, and maybe that'll just get her a touch more involved, but she very well turned out, making a nice impression. The 8-horse, Noise to Make Noise. This horse is way too big a price. Was very green first time on the turf, then put a line through the dirt race. Definitely does not look like a dirt horse. And now today she's outfitted with screening around her eyes. So even though it looks like blinkers, she looks like an equine version of the Fly. And sometimes it just gets horses more focused. It puts them into their own little world. I was talking with Amelia Green about it, and she said that she's trained with them, she breezed with them, she galloped with them, and that it has made a world of difference. And I could tell you, from a physical perspective, she would absolutely be the check mark. She is way too big a price, guys, and I think the equipment is extremely interesting. And the 11 Mariposa Moon, stretching out, I thought ran kind of even first time out sprinting. Mike Maker, one of those trainers, is so good at changing distances with horses. I will say, though, she got a little bit high strung here, kind of right at that boiling point, whether she was going to boil over or not. I'm going to keep an eye on her as she gets the rider up and gets to the track, and if she settles in a little bit more, because right now she's just acting just a little bit too keen for my taste.
15-1. Mike Maker was going so good here. He was along with McPeak. I mean, they were two of the hottest barns in the entire country. See what this one can do. Second time out, did take a little bit of money in that first start, September 21st.
Yeah, did take some money, going a little bit shorter. Now going the mile and a 16th. Yeah, I mean, this one that I wouldn't have a problem jumping up. I wish they were taking a little bit more money in here. The horse to the outside, the 12, I thought was also interesting. A first-time starter for Todd Pletcher, a half to Wally World, a horse that won on the grass.
We got those Jets colors on the D-O-N-K Donk 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 runner. Johnny V aboard Salt Princess, even money favorite on the 10. Trying to break through here in start number 6. Stay with us.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, America's Day at the Races, as we get set for the late pick 4 and 2-year-old fillies routing on the grass in this maiden optional claiming race. And we'll start with this 2-year-old filly who's gone twice sprinting, now stretches out for the first time. On are the numbers.
Yeah, I don't typically like stretch outs when they draw outside, but I don't mind them when they draw inside like this. They can get a lot of cover and try to save ground.
Ray Handel, Doppio Espresso, 2 sprint, stretches out.
Yeah, another one who I prefer my stretch out sprinters to show a little bit more speed. I think it could be a little misleading from a late running turf sprinter trying to stretch out.
Talked about the speed with this one stretching out dangerous, the 3.
Yeah, this is one I think this horse could get loose in here.
One bad habit, Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Yeah, it's taking no money, done no running.
Blinkers on River Empress.
Yeah, I think this one's interesting. Needs to break a little bit better. Broke slowly last time.
Carey ran okay 2 back on turf, and then the next follow-up was not as good.
Yeah, the follow-up is the problem I have.
Dylan Davis, though, gets aboard. Smiling Rosie, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, same thing. Not much running, never taking money.
Amelia Green has noise to make noise.
Yeah, this one's a little bit interesting. I thought could jump back off of that August 22nd, grow off of that race.
Salt Princess, even money favorite for David Donk.
Yeah, I don't love the price, but I like this horse quite a bit based off that last performance.
Mike Maker, Mariposa Moon, second time out.
Yeah, like you mentioned, took some money on debut, could take a step forward.
Yeah, for one of the best barns in the game. Angelic Quality, Todd Pletcher, debuter.
Yeah, I like this one a little bit. First time starter, like I mentioned, was a half to Wally World, who won on the grass for E5 Racing.
And do not forget the AE, who draws in coming out of a straight maiden race at Laurel and Maryland against Pratt, Lendelfoot.
Yeah, that third place finish was a race that absolutely fell apart at Colonial. I think it looks a little bit better on paper than it actually was.
2 minutes to post, late pick 4. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, we'll start down on the inside, too, with the 1. Honor the numbers from the Michelle Giangiulio barn. She looks great. Extremely well turned out. Great coat on her. Got a great draw inside post. Now, she is fitted with her blinker cup with a complete cup over her outside eye. I was talking with Michelle about it, and she said that she has a damaged eye. The eye is there, it's intact, but she basically seeing more shadows out of that eye than anything else. So instead of having her, taken by surprise or caught off guard by something that might kind of all of a sudden come in her sight line, just kind of block it out completely. She's been like that as long as she's had her. She trains well with that complete cup over her outside eye. That being said, I preferred, and I am going with a long shot in the 8, and that is Noise to Make Noise. Another one, we're talking about, equipment here. She's, outfitted with what I talked about, those screens. They look like almost like goggles for a horse. And some horses that just kind of have short attention spans, things catch their attention. This almost puts them in their own little cocoon, and they're kind of looking at the world through a keyhole, and it gets them a lot more focused. She says she's trained extremely well with them. From a physical point of view, she would absolutely be the paddock check mark. We know it's not a beauty contest. Beauty is as beauty does, but I just think she's very interesting. And then the 12-horse Angelic Quality made a nice impression in the warm-up for trainer Todd Pletcher. Todd, so good with first-time starters, having them well prepared. Just don't really like the post for a first-time starter to be drawn that far outside. She's going to have to work out some kind of a trip.
I trust Flavian Pratt to be able, and she has some tactical speed too. It's never great to be drawn outside. I think we make more of it sometimes than it needs to be, because a lot of times things take care of themselves.
Well, it's funny, like being drawn outside only matters, in my opinion, when it matters.
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank, and I'll think of it. But even like the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf we were talking about, the Coolmore horse that won, that was drawn way outside the 14. I'll remember his name before I finish this whole statement. But like he ended up in the 2-path. There's all this conversation all week about being drawn way Stad, yes,
Stad? Yeah.
Being drawn way outside, And Stad was drawn way outside, tucked in the 2-path, and ended up working out a great trip. We saw it with Golden Powell back in the day in the turf sprint. Oh, he's drawn 14, he's drawn 14.
And there's room here to get over.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. It's if you're tactical enough and you just get just a little bit lucky to find a spot to get right over, it might not matter. So sometimes I agree with you. I do think it's very blown out of proportion. The way that I tell people with stuff like that is, if you love a horse drawn outside, don't let the drawn outside affect you. If you don't like a horse drawn outside, let that be the reason that you don't use the horse. But don't make the decision based on the draw.
Yeah. And there's certainly some configurations where it becomes a lot more of a problem. Dirt, mile and an eighth here. That first turn comes up almost immediately. If you have a big field and you're drawn outside and you don't have a lot of speed, that could be much more damaging than a race like this.
But it also has a lot to do with who you are. If you're the best horse in the race and you're drawn out there and you got tactical speed and sometimes it can work in your favor. But to me, to just kind of have a blanket assumption of what it is and what it means, I think it's a mistake.
Even money on this one right here, the 10, Salt Princess, David Donk, Johnny V. And we'll see if third time on the lawn is the charm. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Angelic Quality. River Empress. Lendlefoot. Carey. Carey goes in. Lendlefoot. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Avery's Wonderland has early speed towards the inside. It's going to be Avery's Wonderland, who's now in front from an outside stall. Trying to join that leader is Mariposa Moon, who now will assume the front end, and Mariposa Moon is the leader. Taken back was Avery's Wonderland as they're lined up in behind this leader. They're getting ready to move towards that first turn. Mariposa Moon, out wider Angelic Quality is now a shared second with Salt Princess in the early mix. That's the top trio. Cornering very wide there was Angelic Quality, went about the 5 path. At the rail there in fourth is Avery's Wonderland. In between horses comes Carey. Back there in sixth, the purple cap is River Empress, who's to the outside of One Bad Habit, who's now going to be mid-pack. Then Lendlefoot is in the orange cap. Towards the back end, got Smiling Rosie, who's followed to the inside by Doppio Espresso. Then comes Noise to Make Noise, and the trailer. On are the numbers. They work up the backstretch, 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile, 49 and 4 for a half mile time, and Mariposa Moon is the leader. Angelic Quality right to the outside, a challenging second. Patiently ridden is Salt Princess, the favorite, in third. Then comes River Empress, is moving forward on her own, is now taking that clear fourth, is to the outside here of Avery's Wonderland. One Bad Habit is right in behind Carey as they're trying to make up some ground from the back. Smiling Rosie's on the move. Lendlefoot from the back. Here comes the run from Honor the Numbers as the front four go at it. Mariposa Moon has now been confronted by a quick move there. Salt Princess 2-path, and Salt Princess is the leader. River Empress ready to pounce right towards the outside. It's a sprint for home as Mariposa Moon won't go away. Mariposa Moon battles on towards the inside. Salt Princess in between horses, trying to catch them both as River Empress late. Lendlefoot with a late rally. The leader is Salt Princess. Has to hold off the charge from River Empress to the outside. Salt Princess to the inside. Salt Princess got it. Salt Princess wins it over River Empress. Then came Mariposa Moon and Lendlefoot in 1 minute 45.76 seconds.
Mariposa Moon stubborn, but in the end, Salt Princess, even money favorite with the victory in here. And 5 made a bit of a bid too, River Empress.
That was a confident early move from Johnny Velasquez. It's from a horse like that that wants to come from out of it. He just took all of the deciding out of it. He said, I'm going to get myself in position early, and I'm going to move early, and I'm going to see if someone wants to run by me, and they absolutely didn't. It was a Hall of Fame ride, in my opinion, just making that decision, that sudden decision to be aggressive. It was a really good performance from Salt Princess, Dave Donk, and Johnny Velasquez. It's too bad. Dave can't hear this because he's probably down there about to take his picture. It's too bad that the Jets can't perform to this level.
No, they can't. John Velasquez, it's incredible. The win on Ted Noffey. He had a few runner-ups as well. Including She Feels Pretty. I don't know. It's one of the strongest group of mounts a rider has probably ever had going into a Breeders' Cup. He was loaded.
He was, and it's the funny part about it is just like the longevity of Johnny's career. It's just been, it's something to watch. The winningest rider in Saratoga, and then to be winning, grade ones, high level races for all these years he's been doing it at the age that he is. It says a lot about how talented he is. One of the best riders this world has ever seen.
No question. And a leader in that jockey's room as well. 10, 5, 11, 13. Couple of big numbers to round out the Triumph Super at 18-1. And then 9-2 with Lendlefoot. Pratt getting fourth. Back to Horseshoe Indy. If I could find it. Race 2. 6 furlongs. State bred maiden special weight. Turbo Lady. I think it's going to wind up taking a little bit more money. Yeah, 3-1 right now. Let's go back to Rachel.
Yeah, I think you guys are right, honestly. Turbo Lady going to take some money and looked really good, and a kind of interesting I got from Klopp about her. But let's start with the 6, I'm a Little Thirsty, which is my top selection here today. This is a 30-year-old. I'm telling you guys, the wind is really getting me today. Mitchell Merle is aboard this horse, and last time it was only a 4-horse field, so let's not judge that. It was a 3rd place, but out of 4, you just kind of have to think that's not really something you want to judge her form off of. But I did look at her, here in the paddock. She was dappled out. She was really, really filled out. She looked good physically of those. But, he said, I'm going to break the jockey Mitchell Merle. He said, I'm going to break with the 2. And I think I'm just going to sit back and not give her too much to do today because, you see this with younger horses, and it's good that Mitchell knows that. That's a sign of a good jockey. You get these young horses that have only ran a couple times. You let them get in their head too much. You ask them to make too many moves, and sometimes it doesn't always end up the way you want it to. So he said he's going to just take his time, try to give her a nice, easy trip here in this race, and hopefully go with the 2. Now, before we do talk about Turbo Lady, the 2, I'm going to talk about the 3, One Low Conquest. Jose Gutierrez, he is going to be our leading apprentice jockey of the meet. He's riding this filly here for Mr. Raymond Paquette, and we've mentioned him before in the meet. He is a local guy. He's one of my Indiana trainers. I've known him for 15 plus years, and he's had some good horses and he's had some not so good horses. And he said, you know what, Rachel, that even 4th, it really was just that she ran green. She was in an 11-horse field. She got into a little bit of trouble. And I think we have a jockey off, you guys. Jimmy Mack just said they think that they are sliding the saddle off one of the horses. And I think we're going to have to scratch one. I'm just going off what's going on my starting gate. We're going to have a saddle adjustment, actually. I'm so sorry. So while they do that, I'm going to continue on here talking to you guys about the 3, One Low Conquest, who definitely ran green. He said by the time she figured out what she was supposed to do, the race was almost over. As you see, she went from 7th by 7.5 and ended up 4th. So at 92-1 as well, lighting up the Super. So I think that this one's just going to improve greatly off of that. Bumped at the start. I mean, you can see it there. And that's not all that really happened to her in that race. And then I'm going to round it out with the 2, Turbo Lady. Joe Ramos aboard, had a double yesterday. He's up again here for this one. Strictly ridden this filly, and this is the first baby by Joyous Lady that we've gotten to the track. She was an Indiana bred, ran here, and I said, Klopp, how many times do you think you didn't finish in the money with that horse? And he said, it was only a couple. She was a very, very competitive mare, and he thinks that she hasn't ran to her true potential yet. Actually, before that debut start on September 3rd, he told me that she was back in the barns, and or back here on the backside, and he had taken her up for some schooling in the gate, and she had got a cut that did need just a couple stitches. It was superficial, but he thinks that kind of took her back, because then he had to kind of, take some time off with her, let her rest, let her heal, just from the little cut. So he thinks that she's working into it, and he's hoping that she gets a good start here. And they are about to load into the gate, hopefully, here, after we are going to do that little bit of tack adjustment. But the 6-3-2 is what I've got here in this second race here today, guys, in a sunny but cold Indiana afternoon.
Rachel, thank you. Favorite has become Turbo Lady, and she was well named. I mean, out of the gate. I mean, she shot out of there at 5.5 furlongs, but weakened late. Now stretching back out to 6. We'll see what the game plan is and if she can last the 6 furlongs.
I'll tell you what, the 3's a little bit interesting to me, just on some tote board action. This horse was 92-1 first time out, 4-1 now. A significant change.
Meanwhile, Nancy's Kit in the 11 taking some money as well, despite a huge step up in class. Don't quite see it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you.
Interesting. Jim McNerney with the call.
Run second in the opener is the teacher of that one. Now up comes American Toast. American Toast and Ruthie Ozark. Ruthie Ozark. Ruthie Ozark in the red shadow roll coming up. Nancy's Kit in the gray, daughter of Unbridled Express, up to the outside. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with a 120 wins at the meet has the mount for Joe Davis. They took out the Thoroughbred finale yesterday with Ease Magic in 108-4. Nancy's Kitten looks to break the maiden here, coming up loaded to the outside. Indiana bred sired fillies at the post. And they are racing. Good start for Blazing Eyes and Somerset Star, flashing speed. Underneath them comes Turbo Lady, and One Little Conquest is fleet of foot as well. Nancy's getting to the outside now in the 5th position on the run down the back stretch. Advancing underneath as they continue to run is Sassy Julia. One More Question right in the thick of things too. Somerset Star is there. Then the trio of Tap It Charm, Ruthie Ozark, I'm a Little Thirsty are next. And then a margin of about 8 or 10 lengths back to American Toast on debut is outfooted. The quarter 22-2. Turbo Lady comes on through. The favorite comes on through 3 parts of the length as Blazing Eyes will track her from second. From between horses, here is Nancy's Kitten. Down on the inside, Sassy Julia still right there. Here's One Little Conquest is on the move, knifing her way through horses as they reach the top of the home stretch, but it's Turbo Lady at 2-1, showing the way up top 1/2 mile in 46-3. And it's Turbo Lady off the turn by the furlong grounds, built a 2, now 3, now 4 length lead. Down on the inside, Blazing Eyes. One More Questions on track from the backfield. Ruthie Ozark is finishing with interest, but inside the final 50 yards, Turbo Lady. It's graduation day. She won gathered up in the end to make start for the winning one. She won by almost 3. One More Questions at a decent number was second. Then it was One Little Conquest, Ruthie Ozark in 112-1.
Turbo Lady, 2-1 favorite. And an easy win here in race 2. Very formful first couple of races on the card.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you look at Turbo Lady. The horse was odds on in 2 of her 3 career starts, even money before that. I mean, she's just a horse that obviously has a little bit of talent, and she showed it here, getting in here with just a little bit lighter than normal.
99-1 at least on the runner-up. One More Question. Gonna see what that exacta comes back. Back to New York Salt Princess. And as you mentioned, yeah, an extremely confident ride by Johnny V here on this 2-year-old filly for David Donk.
Yeah, just aggressive. You know, for a horse that comes from so far out of it, when they turn for home at the 8th pole, this horse is in the lead. For a horse, you know, that, like I said, that comes from out of it, that could be a place where a horse like that could get lost a little bit. But Johnny had a lot of confidence in this mountain. And I got to tell you, it's always around this time of the year where I really start rooting for Dave Donk because the Jets are doing so poorly. Always like to see those black and green silks get into the winner's circle because we all know they're not getting into the winner's circle too much on Sundays. Wow. I'm just kidding, Dave. I love you. I mean, I'm not kidding about
2-7 on the year. The bottom of the AFC East. $4.16 for Salt Princess. 10-5-11 here in race 6. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll set up race 7 and we'll look ahead to 2026 and the 3-year-old division turning 4 and what looks like a very good group of returnees in that classic division. Stay with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Clayburn Farm, the tradition continues.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the barn. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you as we get set for race 7 on our Wednesday coverage here on this added day of action at Aqueduct. About 13 minutes to post. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And we talked going to break. Love this time last year because we talked about all the big names coming back, and we got some big names in this year's 3-year-old class coming back for next year, led by waiting to hear the official announcement, but assuming all good health-wise, your Derby, Belmont, Travers winner Sovereignty on the way back.
Yeah, it's exciting. You mentioned last year. I remember how excited we were last year to know that Fierceness and Sierra Leone would be coming back, Torpedo Anna. It just gives you so much to look forward to. And to have these 2 3-year-olds coming back, it feels very similar to what we got to see last year with those other 2. Equally as accomplished. Sovereignty probably even more accomplished than both that we got back last year. And to get Sovereignty back and Journalism back, to have a great horse out on the West Coast who, Michael McCarthy will put Journalism on a plane. That ownership group, proved that this year. Got an opportunity to see some outstanding races between those 2. And then, just like they were the 3-year-olds on the scene this year to make it more interesting, you'd like to think we'll get some 3-year-olds to put in the mix as well. So couldn't be happier to know that officially we're going to see Journalism, and it feels like we're going in the right direction to get Sovereignty back. It could make for an outstanding 2026.
And let's not forget the 3rd best 3-year-old, Baeza. He's on the comeback as well. Obviously, Classic did not go his way, but a horse who's really shown a lot of talent all year long, particularly took a big step forward in that win at Parks.
When a horse's punchline his entire 3-year-old year is he's immature, he's still trying to figure it out, got to grow up a little bit. The answer to that is let him grow up a little bit. Let him mature a little bit. Let him turn into a 4-year-old. I always like to give the example of horses like Gun Runner, Frosted. They were good 3-year-olds. Just like Baeza was a good 3-year-old. They turned out to be some of the best horses we'd seen on the racetrack. Baeza will now have a chance to grow up a little bit and could catch up to his rivals. I don't want to call them rivals, to his bullies, yeah. I would say, in Sovereignty and Journalism, who he was never able to beat.
So the big 3, yeah, all coming back, but now we have a new face, it looks like, on the scene with the last couple of starts, and in particular, what we saw just the other week as we go to Maggie Wolfendale and her thoughts on Disco Time.
And Greg, we have just been spoiled this year with very talented 3-year-olds. Obviously, Sovereignty leading the class, but unfortunately for Disco Time, or fortunately in a way, he did miss the bulk of the 3-year-old season. But boy, has he come back and impressed, returning after that setback that kept him away from January. He returned in the St. Louis Derby with a romp, earning a 101 Beyer speed figure, but then in the Dwyer, he upped his game even more, sitting off of a fast pace, comfortably stalking beneath regular rider Florent Giroux. He was able to pull away and win impressively, earning that 107 Beyer. So this is a horse that is 5 for 5 in his career, has shown the ability to go 1 turn and 2 turn, has that high cruising speed, can win from anywhere that you place him on top of it. So the future looking bright for this son of Not This Time, and it does sound like a campaign in the Middle East is in his near future. Greg.
Exciting just to get a new big face on the scene, and a horse, yeah, pointing to that Saudi Cup, that huge purse, and just brings more excitement now into this Glamour division.
Yeah, I mean, look, and you'd like to see what's going to happen with Mysos. Well, I'd imagine he might have a plane ride booked out east. So it's exciting. I mean, we love to see our superstars run. We love to see these big races. That's what made the Classic so much fun this year, is the combination of the younger horses and the returning good older horses. It just makes everything a little bit more fun. Makes the Met Mile a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
It makes the Whitney a little bit more fun. It really adds to the entire year of us being able to see these superstars. And we understand why at times they have to go on to their next career. It's financially too much to handle, but we're very grateful for the ones we get to see back.
All right, let's get back to this Wednesday action. Race 7, 1-turn mile coming up for New York breds, an allowance optional claiming field, and aggregation. Bit of a tough read, even though he's a 6-5 favorite for one of the best barns in the game. Chad Brown comes back off the bench towards a very good second, beat by the horse who beat to his inside, so they cut the cord. And then as a favorite next start, sort of a no-show effort. Backed up by, again, a second-place finish behind Landoro.
Yeah, he's one of those horses where, he's really good, but he's not quite trustworthy, right?
He's cut the cord beating him.
Yeah, you're going to see performances from him, and a lot of these horses, they kind of take turns beating each other, and they take turns running good races. A lot of them feel very similar. A horse like Aggregation, the 8 Shadow Dragon, Cut the Cord like you mentioned, even Left Me Behind. So do I think Aggregation can win? Yes. Do I think he will win? It's likely. Do I think he should be 6-5? No.
7 minutes to post here in the 7th. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, checking in with your current 6-5 favorite, the aforementioned Aggregation, whom now he's 4th off the lav. When he began this journey back to the races in August, I was questioning how fit he ultimately was, but knew that he would get a bit more tucked up. The problem is that has not been bore out on the racetrack. He has yet to win since coming back here, and I just wonder, is this mile really his best gig? He comes up short continuously. He looks fantastic here. Look, I have no problems with him whatsoever. And the problem today especially is that he looks to get pressure from the inside. Now, maybe he can rate effectively and still be able to win. He ran a very good race first off the bench where it was a hot pace and unfortunately cut the cord. Well, unfortunately for Aggregation, Cut the Cord was able to get up in the shadow of the wire. But he's going to have that pace presence in the form of number 3, Pineapple Man, whom I've always been a little bit dubious of. I'm not going to lie. I mean, this was a horse that going back to 23, 24, it was a late scratch on several occasions. And I've always wondered how far he wants to go, but two back, he went the 9 furlongs quite impressively when finally breaking through that state-bred A other than condition. And now he's kind of been on an upward roll, but can he keep it going? I always am a little bit suspect of him. He's one I do want to watch warm up. He looks great here overall for Michelle Nevin. Well-conditioned, is a horse that is very round and always robust and well-muscled, and has a great, demeanor here in that he's forward, he's bright, he's happy. So we'll see how he does, but I do think he is a thorn in the side of your current favorite. So all that means is that it could set up quite nicely for number 5, Cut the Cord, who was much the best when the favorite in that stake up at Finger Lakes. He just looks as though he's going to get the right kind of pace set up. I mean, going back to maybe last year, earlier this year, he looked like a horse that did his best running when forward. And I don't know about that anymore. It feels like he prefers having a target despite being a very sharp and eager horse in the preliminaries. He's always full of energy. Here he always has that little bright-eyed look to him. He's checking out his competition in Aggregation like, I've got you, buddy. I'm coming for you. But I think, Greg, he is definitely a horse that is going to be a force to be reckoned with here in this featured race, as he looks incredibly fit coming off the back of that victory.
Manny Franco looking for another for the Cantermachi barn. Beat Aggregation, although that was Aggregation coming off a long time away, almost a year and a half. But he's really going the right way right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. A lot of these horses, they all, like I said, they've beat each other. They are all right in the mix. You see a lot of 1s, some 2s, some 3s in terms of where they finish. Their figures are all kind of in that, mid 80 range, low 80 range. It's all about who's going to show up and run on the day, and that's, for me, it's why I've landed on the 8 Shadow Dragon. I wouldn't talk anyone off of the 5 Cut the Cord. It's just the aggregation's taking a little bit more money than I think aggregation deserves, and we see that often. And it's hard because it's like one of those chicken and egg things. I want to say they're overbet, but are they overbet? Because Chad Brown does win at a very high percentage. These connections win a lot of races like this.
The chances to win the race, connections aside, that's part of the reason, yeah. To your point, it is too short.
It is, but it's a zig and a zag. And it also depends on what your goal is. If you were betting, if you decided right now, starting today, you were going to be a professional horse player and you were going to bet only to win, and you're going to try to find positive value plays to be able to have a profit at the end of the year, I would tell you to run the other direction from betting the 6 to win. Run the other direction. However, if you like a horse in the next leg, you like a horse in the last leg, you're playing the pick 5, I am not going to tell you to not use the 6 in a multi-race wager because it's likelihood that he could win.
Totally different story.
It's completely different. So it depends on what your goal is. Also, I don't think I would bang my head against the wall if I'm trying to hit an exacta because I think this horse is overbet, and I'm not going to use the 6 defensively on top and use him in second with other horses that I have opinions on. So it really depends on what your goal is. Betting to win, absolutely not. Other things, you don't want to let a horse like this beat you. Especially with that guy riding who's won 978 races since we switched over to this meet.
Incredible. 7 wins, never been done before in the NYRA circuit to end that Belmont of the Big A meet. Starts off the first week, let's see, I want to say with 10 wins through the first 4 days. It's going to come down to the wire. A lot of voters look at earnings, wins, grade 1 wins, earnings between Pratt and Arad Ortiz Jr. It's going to come down to the wire. Both these guys I would expect are going to be doing a lot of traveling, trying to chase purse money.
Yeah, and and Flavien made the decision to stay here rather than what he did last year, which was spend a lot of time in California. I think he found that being here in New York makes a little bit more sense. He can establish a little bit more business for where he spends a majority of his year. That goes a long way. And plus, flights from New York to a lot of the places he traveled to is a lot easier, a lot faster.
Refuo went by, ran off with Kendrick Carmouche. Typical warm-up. Here's shared success.
Yeah, probably just a little cut below these other ones. I feel like this horse is more of a high 70s type.
Pineapple Man, Michelle Nevin.
Exact same feeling about this one. Could jump up and win, has some nice races. I think the outside horse is just a little bit better.
Wow, makes a great impression on the racetrack. Here's Cut the Cord, 4-1.
Yeah, I think Cut the Cord is very interesting since switching to the Cantor Mossy barn. Won last time, odds on, but did it really well.
Overbet, but certainly one of the main contenders for Chad Brown, aggregation.
Yeah, tactical speed, everything you like to see from a horse like this on the dirt, and is out there warming up aggressively like Flavien will be forward.
Rudy Rodriguez with Left Me Behind just claimed.
Yeah, Rudy off to a good start to this meet. We'll see if this horse can find some of those back races. I didn't love the race this horse ran for the Cantor Mossies last time. There is a couple races for Barkley Tag that work out.
Shadow Dragon, he's a pretty consistent runner for Bill Mott, just does not get there a lot. Leaves himself usually some work to do.
Yeah, I think it's his style that kind of plays against him here. What I'm hopeful is that with aggregation and the aggressive Flavien Pratt, that maybe somebody else from the inside will go, and it could set up nicely for the 8 Shadow Dragon. That's my hope in here.
Post time coming up. 7th from Aqueduct, 6-5 favorite. Aggregation as you get a look there at Shadow Dragon. Belmont's tried quite a few things with this horse. 5-year-old is making his 24th career start. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I just want to round back to number 3 in here, guys. Pineapple Man. Like I said, I always want to see how he's moving, and he's actually moving very well. And Michelle Nevin's just done a terrific job with this horse. Like I said, I don't think his job gets any easier with the presence of aggregation, but I do think at a price, he is a horse that might finally be doing better than he ever has been. As we'll move on to number 1, who I think is interesting, being reunited with Kendrick Carmouche. And I really honed in on the way that Kendrick rode him to back when he finally got through the other than condition. And look, I get it. I'm talking about Refuo, who has 43 starts, 4 wins, and 16 seconds. Yes, he is consistent. He generally shows up but he generally does not win those races. But Kendrick, rode him kind of in a very, had a lot of finesse. It's like he wanted to time it perfectly. He didn't want to be overly aggressive. He wanted to kind of fool Rafua into winning, if you will. Not asking him too much with his hands, not asking him too much with the crop, kept him away from other horses, and out in the clear. Like, Rafua is a horse that when he feels, I think, pressure from other horses, he tends to fold a bit. So I like that Kendrick gets back aboard today. Look, he always looks good. He's moving incredibly well out there. But I did think with Kendrick in the irons, he is just a little bit more intriguing than the usual non-winning Rafua. As we'll move on to number 8, Shadow Dragon in here, and I totally get what JK is saying. I think he is definitely a major player, as he'll get back to the mile, which I like. I think that's a much better distance for a horse who is a little bit longer and leaner in his frame, has that incredibly laid-back disposition consistently in his races, and in the prelims, wired last time by Hurricane Nelson, who got away with murder on the front end. So Shadow Dragon looks to, even though it's a longer race, might actually get a little bit more pace to run at here. We'll see how things develop, but he definitely ticks all the boxes, and I think is a very viable alternative to your favorite, Greg.
Post time coming up. Thank you, Maggie. So there's Shadow Dragon as they begin to load. Rafua. We've said his name a lot over the years on this program. Just does not win much. 4 for 43 lifetime, but he's every now and then runs a huge effort. He's actually coming into the race building off 2 very good races relative to this group.
Yeah, especially his last race where he's right there behind Aggregation, who's 6-5 in here.
This horse has looked phenomenal. Pineapple Man off since Saratoga, August 13th for Michelle Nevin. Big price at 14-1 forward in that last start. We'll see what we get from him. And we all agree, Aggregation, major danger, but overbet. Cut the cord, meanwhile. 3-1, starting to come down. Chris Griffin, the call. Here's the 7th from Aqueduct.
No Dragon. Goes in. All set. Working with the outside runner there, Shadow Dragon. Got a rider off too, Pineapple Man, so stand by.
We got a few riders here. It looks like everyone now just about stepping off their mounts as they deal with this Pineapple Man. It was without Luis Rivera. We saw another rider there, a couple there. You see Pratt there stepping off his mount as well, off Aggregation, and they back the 3 out. So let's see what happens here with a couple of riders there in the background.
Got the veterinarian taking a look.
And let's see if the tack's coming off the 3 here. Look like that may be the case. Or are they just tightening? We don't have a view of the gate either to see if, yeah, he's coming out. So scratch the 3, Pineapple Man coming out. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, that's a real shame, Greg. And it's not something that I had noticed from him ever before. Usually when he was a late scratch, it was due to soundness issues. And obviously, as we all mentioned, that definitely wasn't the problem today. And, they're going to have to take a close look here at Cut the Cord, as you see the attending veterinarian taking a look at him, too, because he was in close proximity. And when Pineapple Man went up, he turned towards Cut the Cord. And when they're that close, there is that chance that that horse that is acting up is going to cut into the horse right next to him. So obviously they're taking a close look at Cut the Cord currently, as we hear Chris Griffin announcing that Pineapple Man obviously officially scratched, and it looks as though Cut the Cord, Greg, still staying in. Everybody's going to have a quick look at, especially the ones on either side, the 2 and the 5 in here, who are next to Pineapple Man, and hopefully will be reloaded momentarily.
All right, Maggie, thanks. This is a little strange. So there, no one efforting to take the 3 off the starting gate board yet.
I think they're getting up there right now.
Okay, there we go. And I would assume, what, move 1, 2 over, yeah. Okay. They usually jump right on it.
Yeah.
But we get there.
Doing some adjusting back there.
All right, so Pineapple Man, the 3, comes out, late scratch, and with that, really, prices have not moved a lot. Aggregation, staying at 7 to 5, Cut the Cord, stays at 3 to 1. The 8, I guess, is the one kind of taking a little bit of late money. Shadow Dragon, Sahin Savachi for Mott, 3 to 1 on the outside. And never, for these connections, never want to have this extra time behind the gate, but you always want to be safe and do the right thing as well. And that's what we have to do here. A holding pattern with the 3 coming out. They have those numbers now moved on the starting gate. Let's go back to Maggie.
So we're going to have a little bit of an extra delay. Pineapple Man, unfortunately, I guess, did a bit of a number on himself. So he's going to be assisted back to the barn with the equine ambulance, which is driving up the track the wrong way to get to the mile chute currently. So, yes, that's why they're holding the horses behind the gate. They've reopened the gates to just kind of have that reset overall. So it's going to be a few more minutes here, Greg, as they do get Pineapple Man loaded on to the van and taken off the course.
All right, so Pineapple Man, while that ambulance makes its way to bring him back to the barn, we're going to have some time here. So in the meantime, let's go to Horseshoe Indy. As post time coming up, race 3, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs, and fillies and mares 3 and up. In this spot where we have an even money favorite, Ann's Girl from the rail, Steve Asmussen. Speed inside and turf sprint speed as well, getting back on dirt. Let's go to Rachel.
Yeah, guys, let me just fill you in real quick before we head over here to the gate for this 3rd race. Ann's Girl, I got to talk to Tommy from West Point Thoroughbreds. There's a whole group over there of them that are here today, and he said, you know, Rachel, we're just going to try the dirt today, and we're going to see how it goes. Don't know if they're butting them really hard because it's West Point and Steve Asmussen, or if they see that form that she's had, but Ramos is looking for a double here, and he feels very confident going into this race.
Yeah, odds on right now. Thank you, Rachel, on Ann's Girl from that inside post. This one very quick early, and we'll try and, I would expect, to wire this field. Jim McNerney with the call, race 3, Horseshoe Indy.
Ray Hernandez moving in. Here's McLean's Lullaby for Grayson and Pavel. Tis Swifty Music and School Spirit. School Spirit to Gray coming up. 6 to 1 offering. Six in, 2 left. Looks like we're going to back out the horses here. I'm going to reload here. Window's still open for race 3.
All right, so we got a delay here in New York. We got a delay at Horseshoe Indy as well, as they're backing everyone out of the gate for this third race where we have this 6-5 favorite with Ann's Girl. And there on the right-hand side of your screen, New York, his riders are back up aboard their mounts. And it looks like Pineapple Man has been dealt with.
If I was a betting man, I would bet that New York goes first.
I would take that wager. Yeah, we're going to take you back there right now as they're set to load again. So 6-5 favorite. We've talked plenty about aggregation and certainly huge player in this race, but that price is just too short.
No, it is, but it does help. It does help aggregation with the scratch of Pineapple Man. Pineapple Man was another horse that had a little bit of speed. Aggregation might just get a little bit more comfortable on the front end. I'm not cutting in line to bet the horse at 6-5 to win. He's definitely the horse to beat, but I think there's some other horses that are interesting. I'm going to stick with the 8 towards the outside. Shadow Dragon.
Cut the cord. There he is, steps in. He beat aggregation back in August, but that was aggregation coming off the bench. Let's throw it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Here's Left and Behind. Shadow Dragon, last to load. Shadow Dragon. Moving in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Left and Behind. Aggregation has early speed right out to the front. Challenging towards the inside is Shared Success and Outwider Shadow Dragon. Now very keen. At the back is Left and Behind. Wants to move forward. Cut the cord is in between horses. The trailer Refua. Very tightly packed field as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. And the leader is Shared Success. But Left and Behind wants to push the tempo. Sound of the Racetrack was on the move. 23-4 for the opening quarter mile. And now the leader is Left and Behind. Aggregation and a spot in between horses now. It's a three-way battle for the front. Is at the rail. That's going to be Shared Success. And these three hook up. Shadow Dragon is well settled off of them in fourth. Just behind them is encouraged to move forward, cut the cord. And the trailer, Refua. They work into the far turn, 46-1 for the half-mile time. Aggregation Left and Behind, Share Success. They still go at it. Shadow Dragon ready to pounce for Savachi right in behind them. And here comes a move from Refua. Refua is on cruise control, just looming up on the outside, 5 wide, but Refua's got momentum. Cut the cord is all in, very tightly bunched still as they approach the top of the stretch. Here comes Shadow Dragon. Here comes Refua, who has not been asked. It's still Kendrick Carmouche, not moving a muscle. Now asks Refua to push on by, but Shadow Dragon is a stubborn foe and goes down towards the rail, is still ahead in front. A furlong left to get. Shadow Dragon, Refua with every shot to run on by. Refua to the outside, Shadow Dragon to the inside. These two down to the wire together. Shadow Dragon, Refua, Shadow Dragon, and Refua. Photo between Shadow Dragon, Refua, then came Cut the Cord in a photo with Left and Behind. 1 minute 35.63 seconds.
This got incredibly tight late. Refua on the outside, Shadow Dragon on the inside. It's 7-1 or 3-1.
It's never even this close if Kendrick doesn't ride Refua with as much confidence as he did. He waited to the last possible second to ask for everything she had, and this is going to be the difference.
Ooh. What do you think?
I mean, I'm rooting inside, so sometimes when you're rooting, it throws you off a little bit. I hope inside. I think inside. Oh. Kendrick got ahead with the 1.
So at this point, it's still all Shadow Dragon on the inside. Still Shadow Dragon, but here, right, this next head, here,
right
this
here.
Bob, the one in front.
That's close.
So tight. And again, the difference, if it's Refua, it's 7-1 with a one horse on the right-hand side of your screen, and it's been posted. Wow, Kendrick Carmouche, it is Refua. Just 4 for 43 lifetime. Coming in, and we've all made kind of jokes about this horse and his name, because a lot of times he does Refua to win. Not today. He showed a lot of grit and determination.
I mean, look, there's a lot of times you'll hear about, people always ask, how much do riders matter in a race? And I heard Angel Cordero say it, if there's 10 races in a day, 7 times, any rider in the room would have won on the horse. 3 times it mattered. It absolutely mattered in this race.
3-win day for Kendrick Carmouche, and yeah, he made the difference here. Out dueling Shadow Dragon and your reigning champion jockey in Canada, Sahin Savachi. Every inch mattered in this one. 1-8, 5-7, 7-1 upset. We're going to get back to Horseshoe Indy. They had a slight delay there as well. These races went off at about the same time. Let's show you what happened just moments ago in this maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. Ann's Girl from the rail, the speed for Steve Asmussen.
Post. And they are racing stumble at the start for School Spirit. Quick one, though, for the inside for Ann's Girl and the outside for Foolish Front Fifi. Now from between horses, Existence is going after the favorite. So down the back stretch, Existence comes on to the outside of Ann's Girl. Takdir makes it 3 across the course. Foolish Front Fifi is 4th at about 4.5 off the pace. The gray School Spirit races towards the inside of Tis Swifty Music. Now slicing through Clay Basket, just split those two. And McLean's Lullaby at the back of the pack. Compact field into the far turn run. And Takdir and the Bug Boy takes over the lead from Existence, who's back into second. Meanwhile, Ann's Girl's in a world of traffic trouble there. Just got shuffled back to 5th as they race around the turn. Advancing to the outside of her was Foolish Front Fifi and School Spirit just outside a quarter to go. And Takdir. Takdir's in front by 2.5 lengths as they reach the top at home stretch. School Spirit is up on the outside, 4 wide Foolish Front Fifi. Now Ann's Girl looks to shoot up the inside with a furlong to go. It's Takdir still there, finishing with interest. Here comes Clay Basket, and up on the outside, Foolish Front Fifi, 1/16 to go. School Spirit to the outside of Takdir. They race down towards the line. It's a Cipriano Contreras photo finish. School Spirit, the gray nose, to the outside of Takdir to the inside. Then it was Clay Basket, and unlucky Ann's Girl was 4th in 1:11 and 4.
One more look. It's School Spirit with the victory here. Cipriano Contreras with the exacta.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horse ran well enough last time on the dirt. First race since August. This is the second race since that. Sometimes second off a little bit of a layoff, you can get a little bit of a tighter performance, and that's exactly what we got. Back-to-back photos.
You could have called that, right?
I could. That one was much easier. The one in...
You could have called that?
Yeah, that one was easier.
Okay.
The one in New York was impossible.
$115 Cipriano Contreras exacta in race 3 at Horseshoe Indy after the first 2 races incredibly, at least on top, incredibly formful. Not so at all in race 3. We're going to take a timeout. Manny Franco, as usual, big momentum as the weather turns cold. A couple of, looking for his second winner, I should say, on this Wednesday card. When we come back, stay with us.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back on our Wednesday coverage on America's Day at the Races here. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance, photo finish, both at Aqueduct and at Horseshoe Indy. And let's take another look at this seventh here from the Big A. Refua just barely out-dueling Shadow Dragon for the win.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Kendrick just right about here, throws a little cross with the reins and starts to ask, but it's measured. It's the first time he goes to the crop there. He was waiting to the last possible second to give Refua just a breather as long as possible, and it made the difference. 100% Kendrick's decisions in that race made that half an inch difference.
Nah, I didn't even think it was that. It's not that close in the end, really.
Whew. That's a tight photo.
I know one. I used to be so much better at calling photos. Now I'm almost guaranteed whatever I think, it is the opposite.
It's tough. It's you know, but you got to get used to the angles, and sometimes angles get different. That was a close one. That was a hard one to call.
Refua does not win a lot, but wins today in a tight one, 1760 for the victory. As we move on to race 8, and then we have another good race here coming up. 6 furlongs on the grass, starter optional claiming field. Several ways to go in this race. As the board shows, it is wide open. I know you like the 10. When basically gate to wire just gave it up late last start. Santana back aboard, and you got to think it's going to try and use that speed again today, but there's some other speed in here.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the 10 was the type of horse that if you don't have any other opinions in here, I could lean on in multi-race wagers. I like the 10, Devil in Disguise, quite a bit. Probably my favorite win bet of the day.
Manny Franco, he'll be on Irrelevant for the Dutro Junior Barn. Linda Rice, she's having another strong season as well. As usual, we'll have more on Linda and see will not be swayed for her barn when we come back.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I know a lot about the breeding business. I'm very good at finding young prospects. And I learned that through my dad. My father, Norman Cassie, was one of the founding members of the Ocala Breeder Sales Company. My dad loves horse racing like I love horse racing, and we had a wonderful relationship that bonded around horse racing. And he was one of the worst horse trainers I've ever seen. I learned a lot from my dad. Mostly not what to do. Second. We've had so many seconds. In this game, there are so many highs and lows. Now, I have to tell you, Lakari getting scratched was one of the most unique losses I've ever had. Honestly, how do I handle it? I handle it because I feel so fortunate to do what I do. I've got to win 4,000 races. So yes, there's bumps in the road, but how can I get upset about that? I just have to move forward, and that's how I handle it. 1, 2. Finished first and second. On the weekends, we'll be running at 4 or 5 tracks. On a real busy weekend, we would maybe run 30 to 40. And then what I do is I watch those races. I go home, I analyze what I think I saw, and then I come up with a plan. I do my own training chart of all my horses every day. And what motivates me is I don't want to lose. We have a wonderful team. I feel like we're up at the top. The thrill, you know. You get up in the morning and I look at my phone and look who I have running. That's what motivates me. It's about winning and being the best.
Recent addition to the 4,000 win club, and that is not a very big club in this game.
Oh, no, it's not. It's you know, what Mark's been able to do in terms of his wins here in the U.S., but also in Canada at Woodbine. You know, I joked with him when I did Car Talk with him that I used to think he was Canadian. Little did I know he was from Louisville.
And he's got the right hand on board today on City of Oscars, the 5. Kendrick Carmouche looking for number 4 on this horse today.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick's been riding outstanding. We showed the Kendrick Carmouche feature a little bit earlier, so I'm sure we have something to do with the run he's on. But his last race, I thought was masterful. The way that he waited, he was patient, and let's see if he can't get it done here for Mark Casse. I don't trust that race up at Woodbine last time. I think it probably looks a little bit better on paper than it actually was. It jumped out to kind of stand out for all the horses' previous races, so I'll have to prove it to me.
So City of Oscars, owned by the former CEO of MGM, Gary Barber, longtime partnership with Mark Casse. 5-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie.
That's true, Greg. They've had a lot of success together, and we'll see how City of Oscars does coming back here to the NYRA circuit. And I agree with JK on the basis of numbers in that last race, because as he said, it's a little bit of a standout when it comes to everybody else in the field. For instance, Wagner would only come back and win with a 70 buyer in his subsequent start. But I will say it was a good effort in respect of how he did it, because we saw the second and third place finishers run 1-2 around the racetrack, where City of Oscars, he broke well that day, but he was very content to sit back and, you know, was well out of it at one point, and then he launched this relentless rally to get up and win. So I'm sure it was more of a factor of him just being so much better than the rest of his competition that day. So here in the paddock, he fits nicely with this group here, as he is the 3-year-old, but he doesn't look, you know, particularly small by any means. He fits, like I said, nicely physically with the cast that's assembled here in the paddock. So we'll see what he does. Being kept in the saddling stalls, I don't blame them, because the heaters are on in there and it's pretty chilly out here. So stay warm while you can. As we move on to number 2, Musical Maestro. I thought his last race was pretty good for the fact that Spoken Bluntly was able to wire the field that day. And yes, Let It Ride and Devil in Disguise ran respectably too. But he made up more ground than I thought than anyone else did in that race. And now that he's kind of third off that freshening here for Mike Maker, he looks fantastic. It's been a while since I've covered one of his races here at NYRA, but he's really filled out now as a late 5-year-old, really robust, great coat on him. If you were just lining these horses up without the form in front of me, I would land on Musical Maestro every time with just picking them out physically. So I think he really makes a nice impression heading into this effort, Greg.
Yeah, he does look good. And today, third off a short layoff, kind of a wide trip, big late rally last start. And you get Flavien Prat.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. The problem I have is that's another one who I thought that performance just kind of popped up, from a figure standpoint compared to some of the rest of them. But I will say this. I did like that last race, which is why I landed on the 10 Devil in Disguise. The two horses that I thought were interesting, Let It Ride and Musical Maestro, both of them ran out of the race that Devil in Disguise did. So if I liked them, I felt like I was allowed to love Devil in Disguise a little bit more. I like the draw for Devil in Disguise. I like the style for Devil in Disguise. And I like the 3-1.
I don't get 8-1 on Let It Ride. I like that horse as well, who's coming out of that Devil in Disguise race. He faced him the last couple of times. Third off a short layoff. He's run 2 very big races now. He's got back races, too, faster than anyone. Why is he such a big number right now?
Well, I think the problem is that those back races were for George Weaver. And not that Ilkay Kantromasi can't duplicate performances like that or find a way to improve a horse. I'm not saying that by any means. But I think the last race there was a little bit of a dip in figure. So I think there's a lack of trust or that are they going to get back to those previous numbers that this horse ran with George.
Ruben Silvera will ride. Meanwhile, you talked about the pace of this race. You got Devil in Disguise, who was forward last time out, irrelevant with Manny Franco. The 3 looks like obviously he wants to go. That's how he broke his maiden last time out, leading every step of the way. And in the past, Alexis Zorba, I get kind of the question mark in here. That horse can be extremely fast early, but the last few starts we have not seen that speed.
Yeah, I think that speed might have been. I don't know if it was trained out or if maybe Alexis Zorba just forgot that he could run that fast. The other pace contributor looks to be the 3 Irrelevant for Rick Dutrow. Horse showed some speed last time for maiden 50. A little bit tougher competition here, but with that inside draw, an aggressive rider like Manny Franco, and coming in off a wire-to-wire win, I don't see them taking this horse back. I think they'll be pretty aggressive in a forward position.
Here's Manny with his back to us. Then in the background, you saw Flavian Pratt. Pratt will be on the 2, Musical Maestro. As we get a look at the current odds for race 4, 2 minutes to post in this race taken off the turf at Horseshoe Indy. Let's go to Rachel.
Oh, still blowing around here, guys, and chasing the sun. But we've got a race that kind of fell apart, obviously. When you have a race that was on the turf and it gets scratched with so many key horses and key scratches and then main track only horses drawing in, it just changes the way the race was written and looked at in the very first place. So you kind of have to go back to the drawing board, which I did this morning after I had to redo this entire race. These MTOs came in. I'm just going to give you my quick thoughts here, you guys. Mubarez, the 13, I think has a real big shot here. Jockey changed to Alex Achard, a Frenchman who has a lot of talent, in my opinion. Mark Sims is the conditioner for this 3-year-old gelding, and just a question mark for me. But you got to just look at go back to the basics, I think, with this kind of race. This horse is going down from a maiden claiming for 32 of 15. That's gotta offer some kind of light bulb going off. Also, this horse has ran it a mile, didn't do much, but still at least has experienced the longer of the distances. And last race at 7 furlongs, now we're going back up, but we're going to try it on dirt because this horse's 2 route races were on the poly. Mordecai interests me a little bit. The 10, Jose Gutierrez aboard for Jonathan Nance. I just ran into Shelly Nance, his wife, and she said, I really like that early speed that he flashed in the last race, and I'm hoping that he can do it again. Granted, that was on grass, and we're on dirt today. And we did take a lot of precipitation from the snow, and it was that wet kind of stuff. We are good now, but do remember, this was a pretty saturated track yesterday. We were sloppy, and it's pretty cool. So take that into account. She said she's hoping for a pretty good effort from the outside. But with a shortened field of 7, I think it's got to be one of this main track only jumping in. That always seems to kind of change the landscape of a race. So my picks here are 13, 5, and 10 as they're heading out here for the post parade. They're going to go straight to the gate, you guys.
Yeah, always good to pay attention to those MTOs. And Mubarez and the 16 Ragtree both get into that race. Let's get back to New York. Here's our post parade. Alexis Zorba will see last. Musical Maestro has Pratt aboard post 2.
Yeah, had a good race last time. Exits the same race as Let It Ride and Devil in Disguise.
The speedy, irrelevant, coming off a gate-to-wire win.
Yeah, has to face winners. Last time was against Maidens. Did it well, though, wire to wire.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano will not be swayed.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit too short on numbers compared to these others.
Saw that feature on Mr. 4000, Mark Cassie. He's got City of Oscars, the 5.
Yeah, it's whether or not you believe that race at Woodbine was as good as it looks on paper.
And Kendrick aboard looking for number 4 today. Let It Ride, major player, still a big price on the board.
Yeah, probably needs to try to find some of those past numbers for George Weaver, but it's possible.
Marcus Gift has Katie Davis aboard.
Yeah, won last time, but with a slow number.
Typhoon Fury, at least somewhat moving in the right direction, it seems.
Yeah, there's some back numbers, too. I mean, this horse isn't the most impossible 16-to-1 shot I've ever seen.
Here's Karango for Pat Reynolds.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about this one, though. Just feels a little light on numbers with 3 or 4 that are faster.
And then Devil in Disguise tried to do it on the front end last start, got beat a half length.
Yeah, this is kind of where I'm at. I like, not kind of where I'm at, it's where I'm at. I love the draw for this horse. I love the style, of the speed. I love the handful of races.
And then Alexis Zorba, rider change Dylan Davis for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, I just don't trust Alexis Zorba. I've bet this horse a few times. On a number of occasions, thinking that he was going to show some of the promise he showed when he was younger, and he's just very, very, very inconsistent.
Yeah, filling in for Joel Rosario, who's out with a sprained ankle, I think November 20th, eyeing for his return target date, but will be heading off to Oaklawn. Going to ride here through December 7th. Let's go back to Maggie.
That's right, Greg. Read that myself, too, before I came out here. Boy, it feels like snow out here. We got our first flurries in the area yesterday, and it feels like they could be coming back at any moment. As we'll take a look here at number 3, Irrelevant, who does take the biggest step up, I find, in horse racing, and that is facing winners for the first time. As they paid $100,000 to claim this horse up at Saratoga. And look, it resulted immediately in the win, but that was due to cutting him in half and running him for the 50 as he controlled on the front end. He is a big, good-looking horse. I will give him that, and he is energetic and on the muscle. So I would not be surprised if we see him forwardly placed here again. There is other speed. I totally get that. But he's on the rail of the speed horses. Granted, I don't know what the heck is going on with Alexis Zorba. If he ever finds his speed again, then he's on the rail with the speed. But at least Irrelevant is the one indicating, at least in these prelims, that he wants to be forward here. As we'll move on to number 6. That is Let It Ride. Consistent sort in his, even in his dirt races earlier on in his career, he is solid enough. I know it's not a comprehensive one where he's had a lot of breaks, and this is only the 13th start of his career, but he tends to show up with decent efforts. And last time, not that the track was necessarily biased towards inside, but the flow of that race was more inside, as Devil in Disguise controlling on the rail, live high, live low, ran up the rail to win. And he was chasing 3 to 4 wide at all times and really kind of, I thought, stayed on nicely. Next to my pick, whom I'll get to in a moment, he was the horse that ultimately was the next best looking option here physically. Warmed up nice, great coat to him, very laid back. He's kind of gained that more reserved quality about him as he's gotten older. He used to get really wound up before his races, but I appreciate him, and I think he'll run well here, and he's a big price up there at 7-1, but I could not get over how well number 2 Musical Maestro looked in the paddock, and it overflowed here to the racetrack, Greg. He warmed up so nicely for Flavien Prat, so I'm going to land on him at 7-2.
There he is with Pratt moving in for the Mike Maker barn. 9-5 favorite outside. Here's the primary other speed of the race, Irrelevant. Manny Franco on the 3, and still a big number on Let It Ride, the 6. See if he can surprise here at 7-1. Was 4-1 morning line. Set for the 8th, Chris Griffin the call.
City of Oscars. Karango, Devil in Disguise. Devil in Disguise, last to load. Goes in. All set. They're off. Corongo has early speed from an outside draw, and also Hard Scent is Devil in Disguise. That's the top duo. Just off of them, Irrelevant moves through at the rail, is now a challenging third. Back to fourth is going to be Let It Ride. That's the leading quartet. Alexis Zorba is taken fifth. Marcus Gift is in that orange cap. Moving forward on the far outside is Typhoon Fury. Towards the back end will not be swayed. City of Oscars and the trailer, Musical Maestro. They speed into the turn together, 22.71. Getting the worst of it was Let It Ride. Just got shuffled. The leader is Corongo, Devil in Disguise. Right to the outside is Ready to Pounce. At the rail there, trying to move on through is Irrelevant. Out wider there. Trying to move forward is Typhoon Fury. Alexis Zorba still patiently ridden, will not be swayed. Red cap Jose Lezcano looking for a lane, and they reach the top of the stretch, and the leader is Corongo. Devil in Disguise, Irrelevant, moves to the outside, also trying to challenge Typhoon Fury. From the back, Let It Ride is trying to rally on. Down towards the inside, Alexis Zorba, Devil in Disguise, and Corongo. Here comes Irrelevant, trying to catch the top two. Devil in Disguise to the outside. Corongo at a big number, battles on. Give it to Devil in Disguise. Devil in Disguise over Corongo. Then came Irrelevant for third.
35-1 shot in front early. Corongo, Christopher Elliott aggressive, but in the end, Devil in Disguise. Sitting just off that runner, Rudy Rodriguez, Ricardo Santana Jr. the win.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better trip on the 10. That's what happens when you have a tactically drawn horse to the outside in a turf sprint. That's often the trip they'll get. Now, sometimes it can backfire. You end up 3 or 4 wide in the middle of a duel, or you can just sit off a 35-1 shot who makes the front and then take over gradually throughout the stretch. It's a great ride by Ricardo Santana, and I feel like we say that a lot over the last couple of years.
It's incredible addition to already the best jockey culling we have in the sport, but he is so good at so many things, but I think he's incredibly good at turf sprints. Really seen him excel, especially at Saratoga quite a bit, and he's been continuing to prove it here. Devil in Disguise beat a half length last time out. Today, able to get the second turf win of his career. 35-1 shot, hanging on for second, by the way. 10-9-3-6. Let's get back to Horseshoe Indy. And this is moments ago off the turf race 4.
Set at post. And they are racing. Good beginning in the middle for Officer Gamble, also flashing speed, Atomic Snow. Up on the outside, Mubarez, and between them, on to run the first turn is Mordecai. Meanwhile, Can of Corn had nowhere to go, has been shuffled back into the 5th position, just about a length and a half in front of Mubarez as they race around the turn. And at the back of the pack early is Phenomenal Dream. So they start to sort themselves out with 6 furlongs to travel, and up top it's Atomic Snow showing the way. The quarter on the board kind of quick, 23 seconds flat. Mubarez up close now there in second. To the inside, Officer Gamble is third. To the outside, Mordecai is fourth on the run down the backstretch. Ragtree to the outside, tugging hard against Stella Cruz there from fifth. Then it is Can of Corn sixth, and Phenomenal Dream is seventh and trailing. Outside a half mile to go, about 8 lengths from tip to tail here, and Mubarez and Atomic Snow are shoulder to shoulder through a horseshoe half of 46 and 4. Up on the outside, Ragtree now moves a closer third, moving in tandem with Mordecai. Phenomenal Dream starts to stoke up a rally to the outside of Officer Gamble, and Phenomenal Dream is moving well on the far turn run and doing it with ease. Still 7 back to Can of Corn. Rounding the turn outside, a quarter to go, and here comes that threatening presence of Phenomenal Dream. Up to the outside at 6-5, made a big far turn run as they reach the top at home stretch, and Phenomenal Dream off the turn after 3/4, 12 and 3, so the tempo was hot for a closer, and Phenomenal Dream sat in the back of the pack but is rolling through the stretch. Look at this turn of foot here. Phenomenal Dream, the son of Hardspun, is ever widening. Phenomenal Dream and Joe Ramos getting low for the dough here is going to wrap him up in the end, and he won it by probably 14 lengths. Officer Gamble rallied up the fence to be second, then it was Mubarez third, and started to move. And
Jim McNerney on the call there. Phenomenal Dream, 0 for 25 coming into this race. Turf back to dirt, and a dominant win to say the least here at 6-5. 5-4, excuse me, exacta there in this fourth. Long way back to Officer Gamble.
Well, yeah, we talked about the first couple of races being formful. I'm staring at my past performances. I'm crossing my eyes. I'm trying to look at it upside down. I cannot see how this performance came from this horse.
It just smokes this field. Well, the prices when we come back. Look ahead to Friday's action as well. Miguel Clement has had a terrific summer and fall, and looks like things can continue in the Notebook on Friday with Caroline Street Beat. Stay with us.
Anybody else want $650,000 not a bid today? $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You can make it here, JK. You can make it anywhere.
That's what Alicia Keys said.
I feel like you've already made it, though.
I was city biking today in the cold. It hits a little different in the cold. I had to learn that.
Ooh, yes.
But
It
I
really
still
does,
enjoy it.
doesn't it? But growing up on the West Coast, it wakes you up in the morning. You feel good about it. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in bonus 200 to sign up. You like this one. It was close. Devil in disguise, though, with the win. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, you just couldn't ask for a better trip, better ride. You have a horse like this. It's one of the reasons we talked about it earlier. I love tactical horses and turf sprints drawn outside because they can usually get to this type of position where they get to sit off another horse and try to grind him down in the stretch. It's exactly what Ricardo did here. He took his time and just kept grinding away. The 9 ran extremely well at a big price. Needs to be noted, but Devil in Disguise gets the job done here with such a perfect trip.
10-9-3. We take a look at this turf course, too. 35 to 1 shot speed hanging on late. As forward being good on the grass as we wind things down. Something to keep an eye on. Pick 6 carryover into today with our last leg coming up. And you had said to me just a moment ago during the break, the smallest payout in the Pick 6 is what?
$14,426.
That is incredible absolutely incredible to me. So it must mean that Rafua just paid way, way larger, right?
Yeah. I would think so. You know, a 2-to-1 favorite. You know, I know that Devil in Disguise is a favorite, but, you know, in a turf sprint like that, I don't think Devil in Disguise was just an absolute standout. Just happened to be favored in there, so.
Close it out on the turf, mile and a 16th for 2-year-olds in a maiden optional claiming race that is a difficult one to close it out with. 7-2 your favorite. Fazone for George Weaver, second-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this race was wide open, too. I thought Fazone was interesting. I thought the 4, Mr. Brown's Town, who's been off the turf in 2 consecutive starts, finally getting to the grass. Gilbane down towards the inside.
Yeah.
Thought this was a tough way to end the sequence.
We'll talk more about some of the contenders in this race in a moment. Let's look ahead to Friday. We talked about going to Ray Caroline Street Beat, coming back for Miguel Clement, who was so impressive in the debut at Saratoga this summer. This is a look at the field that he'll line up against in the notebook for 2-year-old New York breds. And here is that debut. As the favorite, won by more than 2 lengths first time out August 15th.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a horse that can win up at Saratoga, a young horse that went up Saratoga, to me, it screams talent. Everyone wants to win there. Everyone brings their best shot up there. So when you have one that runs well up there, it's definitely something that you want to take into consideration, especially moving forward, to know that you have a good horse. And Caroline Street Beat was one of those horses. He didn't get the fastest number, Caroline Street Beat. He didn't, excuse me. But he did it the right way. And he was closing into a pace that wasn't all that quick. He had to pass some horses, but he definitely makes a little bit of sense.
So start number 2. Now in Stakes Company. On the comeback, beat Tim and Sam rather handily in that effort. Tim and Sam has come back to break his maiden a couple starts later. And Spirit of New York stretching out for Adam Rice. You have Jaxer for Graham Motion, who just broke his maiden here in New York. So interesting field that he'll go against.
Yeah, for sure. Spirit of New York was one that had my attention as one who showed a bunch of talent as a young horse and his debut. But how will he handle the stretch out? But I like stretch outs that draw inside, because you know they're going to save ground. And if they'll relax, they can end up in that pocket situation where they're in behind horses, kind of getting that cover that, you know, turf horses like to get.
That's coming up on Friday, race 5, 2:10 Eastern. We hope you join us for coverage of the Notebook. We're going to take a timeout. Terrific starts to this Aqueduct Fall Meet for Chad Brown. Chelsea Flower with Deep Learning. Then Saturday, 4-win day, including Weigh the Wrist and the Pumpkin Pie and the Mother Goose. Fully subscribed. Can he keep it going? Stay with us.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Back on our Wednesday coverage of America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for the nightcap coming up on the turf for 2-year-olds at a mile and a 16th in this maiden optional claiming race. Difficult race. One of the most difficult races probably in the entire sequence today of this Pick 6 carryover to close it out.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go. I had mentioned before the break the 2, 4, and the 5 make a lot of sense, but I think the 11's a little interesting. Rafa Jr. Drawn outside, a horse that took some money on debut for Dutrow, had a little bit of trouble, gets Flavian Pratt. There's a few things to like there at 7-1.
What about the 12 for Mott? Dropping a class in a race that had maiden special weight. First and second place finishers both came back to win.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on, so a little bit of a change there. Obviously, the pedigree is there for this horse to appreciate the grass. Some 4 or 5 siblings, one on the grass. Oscar Performance. We know what kind of a grass horse he was and has produced. So there's definitely some signs pointing to the 12 as well.
Well, we showed you going to break. Chad Brown, what a great start to this Aqueduct Fall meet he has had. He'll send out one, finally getting a chance to get on grass. First 2 starts came off the turf. Let's go to Maggie for more on Mr. Brownstown.
Yeah, and maybe finally, after taking a lot of money in those off-the-turf events, he can make good on the money that he has taken, as Mr. Brownstown definitely looks more like a turf horse overall. Just, looking at his foot, much more of a flatter surface to it as well. But, as this is his 3rd start of his career, I still wish he looked a little bit more just together overall. He's not the most athletic looking type. He's very much has that baby 2-year-old soft appearance still, which is kind of odd. I wouldn't think that with Medaglia d'Oro, especially out of this barn. Usually they're kind of longer frame types that just look very lean and athletic looking, and that's not necessarily the case with him. So we'll see what he does here. I definitely like the surface change, as they have been trying to get him on it. And looking at the bottom side of the pedigree, the dam she won on the synthetic. This is her first full. The second dam, while in mediocre races, was 4 for 13 on the turf. Moving on to some longer shots. Number 1, Natural Shooter will return to the turf. I liked him trying the turf in the 2nd start of his career, but he was just kind of run off his feet entirely in that race, which did feature a pretty nice winner in Johnny's Red Storm. And he would win a stake in his subsequent start with an 82 buyer. Natural Shooter was also very green first time out and was pretty wound up in his next start too. Now, as he comes back with the ultimate equipment change, he's quiet as a church mouse in here, and I think this is the right kind of situation for him going long on the turf. We'll see how much ability he ultimately has, but I do think that with the gelding, with the added distance and back to the turf, it should lead to a better performance. Moving on to number 3, Brilliant Fury showed absolutely nothing in his debut win in a maiden special weight for the state breds, but it was a very slow and awkward start, and he just never really got involved. He does look like a horse that should appreciate this stretch out and distance. He's also just very laid back in his demeanor, and I always think that translates well to horses getting more ground. Look, makes an excellent impression here. Granted, Dave Duggan's horses often do, but just from a fitness perspective, a conditioning one as well, he's definitely one of the standouts in this field, and I know he's going to be a big price up there after that very disappointing debut. Granted, he didn't take much money that day, so I do think he'll move forward from the effort. And then we'll check in with number 11, Rafa Jr., as the guys were mentioning on the desk. It seems like a horse that should appreciate getting out to a longer distance, as he was well back while being niggled at by Ricardo Santana, and ultimately he just looked green that day. Furthermore, when I saw him in the paddock, I just didn't think he looked 100% fit. Based upon the way he ran, yes, of course, getting a bit more ground to work with would make some sense. He's actually a bigger type. Is a bit more compact, though. The positive end of things is that he looks so much more fit. I mean, this is a total reversal from what I saw from him first time out. And if he can be a bit more professional here, Greg, I do think that he should make an impact here.
Yeah, we all agree that one is interesting. The 11 right now at 6-1. Do you follow tennis at all? How many?
Take a chance.
How many majors do you believe Rafael Nadal has?
Oh, I don't know. Doesn't he always win the one on clay? Doesn't he win the French Open?
14 French Open titles. Yeah.
See, that was pretty good.
That was very good.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how many does he have.
22 in his career.
Wow.
Incredible.
Look at that.
So fun to watch that rivalry with him and Federer over the years. Natural shooter, Christopher Elliott, Melanie Giddings, new gelding.
Yeah, maybe the gelding wakes this one up. I haven't seen enough on the racetrack to warrant.
Miguel Clement Runner debuted at the Meadowlands, Gilbane.
Yeah, it took a lot of money that day. Obviously, that was the case. Ran well. The figure came back okay, though, so that's the only reason that I could kind of handle the fact that it was at the Meadowlands.
David Duggan with a 3 stretching out.
I think Dave Duggan does a great job. This one's a little too slow for me.
Chad Brown finally gets Mr. Brownstown on turf.
Yeah, it sounds like they probably wanted to get this horse on the grass for quite some time, trying to do it in back-to-back starts.
George Weaver, Fazone.
Yeah, another one. Took money in a maiden special weight. I thought ran pretty well. I think this one makes sense, too, at 4-1.
Against Tim and Sam is going to be in the notebook. Exhibition only, Rudy Rodriguez stretching out.
Yeah, stretch out, drawn right in the middle there. Kind of a tweener. Hadn't shown enough speed for me to get too excited.
David Donk, Magnum's microburst went by. Here is the 8, in trouble again.
Yeah, it was 47-1 on debut. Didn't do much running. Maybe going long could wake this one up.
Narnia, first-time starter for Tom Morley, the 9.
Yeah, DJ Stable with Tom Morley. You get Johnny Velasquez. Taking a little bit of money, 8-1 on the board.
Lexington Pike went by for Pletcher, first on turf.
Yeah, Lexington Pike for Todd. Took money on debut, but didn't take much last time.
Here's Rafa Jr. for Dutrow.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Took a little money. You got a nice figure sprinting. Now gets a chance to go a little bit longer. Draws Flavian Pratt.
And Gabaron, drop in class Bill Mott.
Yeah, maybe the blinkers is going to wake this one up. There's a right for this horse to be better. It's a little bit of a concern. Was 33-1 on debut. Makes me feel like they didn't think this horse was going to run well first time out.
8-1 for start number 2. Blinkers go on, drop in class. As we take a look at the Chad Brown runner, who is the favorite now, 3-1. You kind of felt like in a race like this, public would probably default to this powerful barn.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy barn to default to. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Often we'll say that a Chad Brown runner is overbet, so on and so forth, but they win at such a high percentage. Depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish, that might not always be the case. And look, if you really believe that this horse was meant to be a turf horse, is going to improve on the grass, all of those things, then the 7-2 is not appetizing. If the horse is going to take to the surface. The same case can be made, though, with the 10, Lexington Pike, a horse that was entered on the turf back-to-back starts for a Hall of Famer and Todd Pletcher, and now Todd's finally getting the horse to the turf. There's always an opportunity for the 10 to jump up, and you're getting paid a little bit better if you're right there. I think the winner comes from the 2, 4, 5, or 11 in multi-race wagers. That's the way I saw it, 2, 4, 5, 11. But I think the 10 is at least a little bit interesting.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Okay. We'll take a look here at number 10, Lexington Pike, who I think looks sensational just from the overall standpoint of things, incredibly well-muscled. And with Ricardo Santana aboard, this horse is going to be aggressive. He was sharp in the paddock. They've really closed in his blinkers, wearing a French cut blinker, and a horse that they've always wanted to get on the turf, despite not having an abundance of pedigree, at least on the bottom side. Lexingtonian is proving to be an effective turf sire, as we are seeing with these sons of Speightstown, go figure. But really looking the part here and should be a pace presence. As we'll move on to number 2, Gilbane. I respect Connections wholeheartedly, but this is a horse that was entered in a maiden 25 at the Meadowlands and was unable to get the job done. Granted, the winner, who was a New Jersey bred, was able to walk the dog and go very slowly, but he got to save ground the entire way. He did have to wait for some room. He did get to the winner in the end, but it still wasn't enough. This is a step up in class, that's for sure. And he looks it physically, just looks a bit backwards overall. So we'll see what he's able to do. This son of Slumber, as the lone first-time starter in here, Narnia, cleverly named out of the Dam Armoire. She did win first time out as a 2-year-old on the turf, was a restricted stakes winner on it too. Half sibling won on the synthetic. Definitely very well suited to these conditions. Looks like a turf router. Looks pretty fit for that guy, Tom Morley, for a first-time start. It's often what I say. They usually look as though they need a start, as we are seeing a late scratch on the board. I believe they're moving numbers around. I can't tell what they're... okay, number 9, Narnia is a scratch here. Just, I guess, never warmed up effectively here on the racetrack. So late scratch of number 9, Narnia, guys.
All right, thank you for that, Maggie. Late scratch, so that one coming off the board. In the meantime, real quick, it's post time out at Horseshoe Indy. It's going to be our last race we bring you from Horseshoe Indy. So I just want to say thanks to everybody out there in Shelbyville. Thanks to Rachel as well for the great coverage that you've provided throughout the meet. And we hope to see you next year.
Oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I was going to save it for the end, but I think I'm going to start with, I really appreciate you guys having me. I've had so much fun running around and making sure to get you guys some good quotes and some good information from all the way over here in Indiana. But hope to be back in 2026, and I had such a blast with you guys. I'm just really quickly going to say I don't like the 10. The horses, sometimes you can just tell they don't want to win. They're herd animals. I've talked about this before. Herd animals sometimes don't like to get in the lead. There's always a pack leader in a horse, a herd leader, and some of them have that fighting spirit and some of them don't. Now that I've said that, Sweet Summertime, the 10 probably will end up winning and winning easy, but from her form that I've looked at, it just does not look like this filly wants to win. She doesn't want to get in front of the horses. Now the one that I really like here is the 5 Hotline Iris. Rodney Prescott aboard for Rob Dobbs, and I spoke to Rob, the trainer, a little bit, and he said she ran a little green first time out, Rach, and she should be tighter this time, so he's looking for a very nice effort from her. The long shot that I'm going to play is Our Lady Donna D, right now on the board at 7-1. Marcelino Pedroza, very talented jockey, gets aboard for trainer Tony Granitz, and I talked to him as well, and he said, you know what, she's training really well. She did not like breaking out of the gate. She was breaking a step slow, so he's taking her time with her.
Apologies there. We'll try and get Rachel back if we can. Lost her audio there momentarily as they make their way to the starting gate here for this 5th at Horseshoe Indy. Even money on the 5 there on the left-hand side of your screen. Hotline Iris, who JK was bet down to a pretty short price and runner-up finish in the debut.
She did. She took a lot of money on debut, and she ran well enough. I think when you have a horse who runs well first time out and takes a lot of money, to me, my default is they obviously have a lot of talent. They needed the run for experience or fitness, and when they come back second time around, they usually are pretty tough to beat. That's how I would feel about Hotline Iris, especially with what I agree with what Rachel said about the 10. I just don't quite trust that horse wants to win.
All right. Meanwhile, stepping onto the turf here in New York, and price continuing to get lower here on Mr. Brownstown for Chad Brown, the 4.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You know, it makes sense. It's all about intent, right? We saw it a little bit earlier when Miguel won the turf sprint with that 6 horse that had been entered for maiden special weight 4 times, shows up in for a tag. Trainer intent, I think, goes a long way. Chad obviously wanted to get this horse on the grass, has tried to get the horse on the grass in 2 consecutive starts, went ahead and ran on the dirt, now gets a chance to run on the grass. And if you've been under a rock for the last 10 years, that guy Chad Brown knows a little bit about training turf horses in this country and in New York in particular.
And there is Mr. Brownstown in those yellow silks of Michael Dubb with the pink circle and flower in the middle. Win a lot on this circuit. Still, 5-2 is getting a little short.
Well, ask me after the race. The horse gallops around there and wins by 4. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think from a win standpoint, probably a little bit light.
See what happens here in this finale. Again, shortest payout in the pick 6 on this carryover day, just over $14,000. Brilliant Fury, the 3. The 7, Magram's Microburst. The 8, In Trouble Again. All results in a carryover. Again, I guess maybe the 8 of those 3 seems like at least an outside shot of that occurring.
A little double carryover. Nothing ever wrong with that. It's always a lot of fun. If you're alive, best of luck. If you're not alive, double carryover.
Yeah. Chris Griffin, Nightcap, Aqueduct.
And they're off. Breaking inward was Mr. Brown's Town. Getting the worst of it was Brilliant Fury towards the back end of the field. Here comes Exhibition Only, flashing early speed from in between horses. In Trouble Again is in the early mix too. They're a clear 1-2, well off the rail. Just off of them is going to be Mr. Brown's Town. Broke on top is back to third. In between horses, Fazone is tugging here at Javier Castellano, is now taken fourth. Out wider, chasing them is Lexington Pike, is 3 wide in that group. Then having to steady was Gilbane, is now in the 6th spot. Back there in 7th towards the outside, Gabaron. Then in 8th at the rail is going to be Rafa Jr. Following them in 9th comes Magnum's Macroburst, the 2 at the back. That's Brilliant Fury with Natural Shooter. They work up the backstretch and Exhibition Only is in front. Exhibition Only is up by a length and a half. Big group in behind the leader, starts to move in closer through a 49.67 half-mile time. In Trouble Again, starts to move 2 wide. 3 wide, Fazone has just been tugging at Castellano. Wants to go, is a well-settled third. Really on the muscle, wants to go in front of Mr. Brownstown, who's a more patiently ridden 4th as they get set to move into the far turn. Following them, Gilbane has got to move here from 5th. Out wider in 6th is Lexington Pike. From the back, Gabaron and Brilliant Fury is trying to launch a rally from far out of it. They're set to reach the top of the lane, and they haven't caught Exhibition Only. Exhibition Only is in hand, now gets asked the question to kick for home and to put this one away. Exhibition Only is up by 2.5. Mr. Brownstown in full pursuit moves towards the outside of Exhibition Only, has 2 lengths to make up. Exhibition Only, Mr. Brownstown, a 16th left to go. Exhibition Only needs the line. Mr. Brownstown lifting late in time. Mr. Brownstown won it over Exhibition Only. There was a big rally there from Brilliant Fury. Following them in 4th, give it to Vazone in 1 minute 45 seconds flat.
Mr. Brownstown, slight favorite, floated up a touch, 3-1 in the end. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Michael Dubb, first time on the turf, a winning effort.
Yeah, it just seemed like in the stretch, Mr. Brownstown just wanted to kind of follow the 6 around there, and then finally, when Manny was able to produce him out into the open, he kicked into gear and ran by.
We'll have those prices in a moment. Back to Horseshoe Indy. 2-turn mile in the State Bred Maiden Special Weight. Even money favorite, the 5. Jim McNerney, the call.
Chicory Blaze. Chicory Blaze, of course, has to be in the running for 3-year-old Indiana bred of the year. Now, multiple stake winner Chicory Blaze. This is the half to it. Hotline Ira. She's dialed in. She's even money upon loading. Now, once more has unseated Santo Sanjur, but he did stay up in the framework of the gate and is back tied on. Now, Rodney and Hotline Iris have gone forward up to the outside. Sweet Summertime stretching out here. Sweet Summertime and Alex Ashard to the outside stall. Field of 10 Indiana-bred filly 2-year-olds to race a mile. They are at the post. And they are racing awkward beginning for once more. Quick start for I Forgot It on the stretch out flashing speed. She'll have company as the favorite Hotline Iris will keep her honest up to the outside on the first turn. So Hotline Iris to the outside of I Forgot It. Racing up into third is Timeless Justice. Doodle is 4th down along the fence early and about 3.5 off the pace. She's shaded by Cloudless Day from 5th. To the inside, Del Cap Alice. She's covered up by Sweet Summertime as they turn up the back stretch. And Our Lady Donna D is about 6 or 7 in front of the trailer who was was once more after that awkward beginning. 5 furlongs to travel, 15 lengths from top to bottom. They're not going quick at all. The first quarter, in fact, now on the board in a dawdling 25 seconds flat. So Hotline Iris at 3 to 5 will have things her own way. She has company, but they're not going quick, as I Forgot It on the inside. Timeless Justice to the outside. Sweet Summertime is shuffled down to the inside as she's been covered up by 2 that's moving, and they are Amy L and Cloudless Day. 6 or 7 back to Our Lady Donna D. Doodle is about 9 or 10 in front of What's More, and Del Cap Alice has thrown out the parachute at the back of the pack. 5/16 to go. I Forgot It coming back again. I Forgot It to the inside. Hotline Iris to the outside. These 2 match strides. Now Sweet Summertime's loose and charging. Half mile 49 and 3. And here they come. And they lean into the lane at the shoe. And it's I Forgot It cutting the corner. And I Forgot It tenacious down on the inside. She's shifting ground there. Hotline Iris to the outside. Sweet Summertime. She's leveling off, but with a 16th left to go. I Forgot It still in front by 2. I Forgot It trying to hold Sweet Summertime. And I Forgot It out of the good mare. I Got It. She won on the stretch out for Rick Short. In a photo finish there with Sweet Summertime, and then Hotline Iris at 3 to 5 was third. We trail back to Timeless Justice and Our Lady Donna D in 140 and 2. I Forgot It.
Huge price. I Forgot It. Sort of forgotten in the wagering here. Actually ran okay. First time out, that was sprinting 5.5. Stretches out to a mile start number 2 and a big improvement.
Yeah, second start, a little bit more distance seemed to make a difference for that one in the 10. Still ranges up. It doesn't want to run by.
Back in New York, finishes up 4-6-3-5. Brilliant Fury, who was one of 3 that were resulted to pick 6 carryover. Eventual winner actually comes over, kind of makes life really difficult out of the gate on that horse. Still winds up third at 35 to 1. But Mr. Brownstown with a win to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Mr. Brownstown when it comes to grass racing here in New York.
Yes, it is. We will see you tomorrow. Hope you join us 12 Eastern start time on Fox Sports with our coverage on Friday. It was Refua, Joe Sharp Barn, Kendrick Carmouche, 3-win day for Kendrick, and a 701 upset. And then race 8, Devil in Disguise, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Rudy Rodriguez. Close one, able to pull it out, sitting off the speed early, and plenty of finish late. We'll see you Friday at noon.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear. 2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
is America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.